ni mahuku ki a tēnei wā, ka tīmata me te karakia. It's a karakia that's, first of all, acknowledging the start to our Māori New Year, and secondly, as we're on the cusp, of course, of the period in wahanga of the arrival of Matariki, I thought it might be appropriate just to extend that to enable us in the productive conversations I'm sure we're going to have before us today. Tūmuti ramanuku, tūmuti ramarangi, kua hau kei te wetiki anō e ti ahau, whiwhia te ngākau te māhara, kia puta mātou ki te whai ao, ki te ao mārama. Tēnā te pau, kia ka eke te pau, nā te pau o enei kōrero, ko mā ngā koro matua, ko mā ngā hoki ahau, I heke mai nei ihoa, e rongo tūturua whakamaua kia tīna, haungi e hui e, no reira tēnā koutou e tō mātou mati te rangi, tāne nui a rangi, tāne whakapiripiri whakarongo mai, nā ui wehi a ngā matua, nau ko te ao, nau ko te pō, nau I tiki te mātauranga, nau ko te wānanga nei, nau I pupuri te hauora, nau I ahau, e rongo tūturua whakamaua kia tīna, haungi e hui e, e mua koe I hoa he tohutohi a mātou mahi katoa, ko koe ano hoki hei whakakahi a mātou mahi. Kia whai korori ai koe a mātou mahi katoa, he me tīmata, he me mahi, he me whakaoti roto I a koe. Kia whiwhi ai tonu, I te ora tonu mātou te ata whaitia nei, e koe, kororia ki te ngoa tapu. Āmene, kia ora whanau.
Kia ora, maharau moto karakia. Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi, and what a way to start. With our Matariki karakia and acknowledgement of the new year. And also the acknowledgement on the 24th of June that we have our first Matariki holiday. So, you know, things are changing for the better. Kia ora koutou. So we'll go on to notices. Now I've got a notice from Henewai. You'll be leaving for half an hour.
Yeah, yes, please, Chair, just from 1 to 1:30.
And also from Rick, you've got to take off.
I've got to leave it just after, just on 3.
Yeah.
Just before 3.
We've got to try and get through
Items 11 and 12 before then.
11 and 12.
Thank you.
Try my best. I'll try my best.
You'll be fantastic. Just tell them all to shut up.
I think Mike got a lighter agenda. I'd just like to say that, Mike, if you can hear me. I got bombarded with this agenda. So, kia ora whānau, let's haere tonu. Let's apologies. Housekeeping. I have to read housekeeping. This meeting is being live streamed on Council's Facebook page and recorded for viewing at a later date on our YouTube channel. In an earthquake, drop, cover and hold. If the shaking is long and strong, when shaking subsides, leave the building through the nearest exit and proceed immediately towards Napier Hill along Dalton Street to Tiffin Park, continuing up the steps to Cameron Road. Evacuation. If an emergency alarm sounds, immediately evacuate the building through the nearest exit and proceed to the assembly area on the grass at the corner of Dalton and Vautier Streets. Emergency exits are clearly signposted. Point these out. Where are they? Yep. That's our exit. And so, yeah, starting to feel like our airport hostess. So, the council chamber is currently designated as a public place, and the council's policy is that 1 metre physical distancing is required and face masks must be worn when physical distancing is not possible. Toilets are located down the hall to the left of the chamber. Ka pai. And now we're on to, apologies, sorry. So we've got Papa Bill. Mike, is Mike not up on our Zoom? Apology from Mike Paku, Matua Harming, Hilton, Diane Smith and Paula Shasha. Anyone else? Everybody? Everybody's here other than that? Ka pai. If someone to move the apologies, please.
Yes.
Moved by Api, seconded by Māori. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Ka pai. Conflict of interest, anybody got any declarations?
Very Māori.
We've got lots of conflicts. But yeah, ka pai. Okay, next one is alternate members. I don't think we've got any, have we? Kaore. Move on to the next, confirmation of the minutes from the 6th of April taken as read. Anybody want to, any questions, additions, deletions? Otherwise, I have someone move the minutes. Moved by Hinawai, seconded by Rosie. Hee-ha. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Ka pai, speeding through here, whānau. Any the follow-ups from previous, do you want to take that heading, please?
So they're in the board pack, the meeting pack. The first one is the Climate Action Ambassador and Work Programme. That was responsible to the governance team. It's available on Stella for committee members following that reference one. And then we've got one PCA partial RPMP review process. That was a follow-up, that was referenced back to Peter.
Yep.
And that also to the governance team and to Ian Maxwell. I'm probably reading what everyone else is reading on the same paper. BWP membership updated and Peter Eden supplied with information provided to BWP to date. Anything else on that one, Pete? All good?
I think they put it on a minor item. Do you want me to talk about it?
Oh, not now.
No, okay.
Yeah. Number 3 was significant organisational activities looking forward through April 22. The follow-up action was more focused and reporting on Waido and Mahia as sought. That was to Ian and the ICM team. And you'll see the status staff will continue to report on significant activities in the wider Waido area. There may not always be significant new activity in the region for every report. And number 4 was discussion of minor items not on the agenda. And that was assigned to Leanne, and email was sent out on Friday the 6th of May 2022. If anyone has any further question or would like any additional information, please contact Leanne Hooper directly. Those were all the follow-up items, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, whānau? Otherwise, I'll get someone to move that we receive the follow-up items from our previous committee. Moved by Hinawai, seconded by Katarina. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried.
Thank you, Chair.
Up high. And then we go on to, are we a bit too fast?
No, fly on.
No, but we're supposed to.
Going great. Just item number 6. This was just to let you know that the board, the welcome for the new board, the pōhiri has been held at Waipatu this coming Friday, 10 through until 12. And despite not having received an invitation, Hawke's Bay Regional Council will be represented by our chair and by our chief executive. And to support them in the cultural context will be our relationship manager from the southern area, Anthony Tipene Matua. So it's just to let you know it's happening on Friday. And also next week, there is a meeting between the chief executive, the chair, and Baden here. I think it's on the Thursday.
Yep.
Oh, so he's not here today. We thought he was here. So, okay. This is about his
It's just a pānui in relation to the pōhiri.
Ka pai.
Presence is being invoked.
Sorry about the ambiguity about that.
I know, it's good.
And Paul's not here? Yeah? So we'll go to the...
Oh,
We'll
jeez.
go to the next one. So if that's okay, we'll go into your report, please, Rick. Aroha Moe.
And just to confirm, Paul, I talked to Paul Rataku, he will be here today at 12:20. Yep.
Oh, James will kick off with this. Usually gives a very...
Oh, you want me to move that? Oh, okay, move that, they received the update from Perry on the pōhiri for Baden Barbara.
Yeah, number 6. Yeah.
Have someone to move that, please? Right. Katarina, moved by Katarina, second by Mare. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Ka pai. Oh, we'll go on to you now, Rick. You're on.
James will lead off with the Chief Executive's report. He's usually got
Ka pai.
smarter slides than me.
He has slides.
Auntie was a bit fast. We'll just have
He's always got
James.
slides and updates.
Would you like Chair to go straight
Okay,
to
then,
Paul?
yeah.
Would you like to go to Paul? And
Yeah. Is that okay? Is that okay, James?
that's fine.
You're fresh off hot on the arrival, bro.
Oh, kia ora. Let's all get mihi.
O tēnei au e tū ki te mihi kia koe rai te whanaunga mai e rotarai a rongo mai wane. Nei au e tū me kira ki rungi o na tono kia mihi kia koe. Me kira ngā taumahatanga kai rungi o Pokohiwi. A haria mai, kei rungi te ki, mehe me ka tangi koe, ka tangi mātau nei, ka tangi tahi tā. no reira, tēnei te mihi ki a koe rā he paora. A me ki rā ina ngā pukenga Māori o mai rā koe e pāna ki te kaupapa. I karanga hia i a tātou. Me ki rā kia hoki hea hi te kākano o timata hea i tēnei te tona atu ki a koe. Nō rotora i a pōranga hau, nā paora i kōrero mai me ki rā te whakawāwā hitea i a rātou kai mona, ke rungi ngā wāhi hararai, ira. Koe nā ka taka mai kia pātai atu ki a koe, nā te mea ka noho koe ke rungi i tētahi o ngā puari. Me ki rā ai kōrero ngā mea hua, e pāna ki tēnā, e noho ke rungi ki tēnei komiti Māori. No reira tāku ki, tēnā koe, nau mai, hara mai, tēnā koe, whakatau mai rā. Nā koe chia.
Kia ora tātou, te whānau, tēnei katoa ki te tautoko ngā mihi kia rātou ngā kua rātou ko whetūrangitia ki te oranga tonutanga, te mea te whaitia nei i ua kororia ki tō ingoa tapu. Rātou kia rātou, tātou kia tātou. Nōku te whiwhi, kua whai wā koutou, kia hara mai hau ki te kōrero mō tēnei kaupapa whakahirahira a tātou mā ara te moana, ngā me ki te wānui a Tangaroa, me etahi o ngā mahi e whakahaere ana i runga i i roto i te roho e whānui o tēnei mea te mai pari tūtai atu ki Tūraki Rai Fisheries Forum. So kia ora tātou, ka nui te mihi. Kia koutou, kei te mohi au i te nui ngā koutou, he whanaunga, he taokete, yeah. So ka nui te mihi kia koe James, kia koe hoki Rick, mea hini wai. Oh, kaore Uncle Charlie i kona. Kia ora Uncle.
Hey, good Paul.
Auntie Shelley, Pieri.
Conflict of interest.
Auntie Kasarina. So yeah, I've got a lot of whakapapa along, Wairau, right? There's a lot of whānau come from Wairau. So so I've been invited here to have a kōrero about a kaupapa that Pete and I have been working together with a lot of our whānau along this coastline, our customary fisheries forum, which goes from Ngaita Manuhiri, the north at Paritu, down to our whānau down in Wairarapa. In terms of the genesis of our kaupapa, it all started 4 years ago, I think, where we had a meeting of our customary fisheries rōpū at East Pier with Dan Bolger, I think, an old colleague of yours there, James, from Fisheries New Zealand. And from that meeting, a lot of our Māori who were there, we decided, actually, we've got a lot in common. There's a lot going along our coastline, a lot of concerns, but also a lot of mahi. And it'll be really good if we could come together and mahi tahi, where it makes sense.
We're fine for now if you want to resume.
Oh, okay. That's just a bad habit of mine. So, koe nā te timatanga o tēnei kaupapa. And so for the last 4 years, we meet quarterly. We're in the past when they've had a fisheries forum here, so ka nui te mihi kia rātou Auntie Sophie, me era, kaumāto o taua wā e whakatū te forum tuatahi. So whereas before it was focused on engagement with Crown, particularly Fisheries New Zealand and MPI, our new iteration is focused on our South Mātauranga Māori particularly, in terms of the value it does, in terms of historically, it gives us a lot of information about what our environment looks like. It'll also a lot of the tikanga from our tipuna. It also informs us what works, what doesn't work at different places. And so that's where it's sort of where we've been going. We do meet every quarter. We try to keep it Māori, so by hosting it every quarter on a different marae. So up along this a big piece of coastline, as you can imagine. So we sort of every quarter we go like down the south, Wairarapa ways, in the middle, somewhere like here. I think the last one was in Dannyvik. The next one's at Hinimihi in Wairoa. And so we try and make sure that tangata whenua and mana moana and our tangata kaitiaki have an opportunity to meet face to face and talk about the kaupapa that's happening in their neck of the woods. Because it's always hard, even if you're paying mileage, to sort of get our the people who are the hands and feet of the kaupapa to give up a day of work to travel, like even from here to Motu Wairaka and Wairarapa, that's an 8-hour drive one way. And so it's sort of like we're trying to make it like fit for Māori. We consult with NPI on their sustainability rounds, but our main focus is on tangata kaitiaki and working together and gathering as much mātauranga Māori and trying to support our whānau as they work in the moana, because that seems to be where the passion is, and they're not very well supported. I think historically people see tangata kaitiaki as permit riders, but as James might know, there's actually within the customary fisheries regulations, tangata kaitiaki, gazetted tangata kaitiaki actually have a lot of influence on fisheries policy. So we're sort of trying to, well, obviously there's still permits that people write for customary harvest, but also trying to make sure, build capability within our tangata kaitiaki around sort of using their authority under the fisheries, customary fisheries regulations to support the different kaupapa they did. And one of the big things we've found is that it's about capability, it's about capacity. And so we've been running a project which is funded by NPI called Ngā Huruhuru Waitai o Tangaroa, which is about trying to identify the needs of our tangata kaitiaki to address their concerns and their moemoeā for the moana. And so it started with a wānanga back in August, I think, last year, August, October, where we went around to, then we ran into COVID. So we had a wānanga ruawharo in Māhia, one here at Waimarama, and then the third one had to be on Zoom because of COVID outbreak in Wairarapa. And we were able to gather a lot of intel from our tangata kaitiaki, and I think a key piece of that is we kept it on the marae, so we made it Māori, and then our whānau are more open rather than these sort of boardroom situations to talking. They feel comfortable. The actual MPI guys are the ones, actually Sandra and Harataki are pretty good, but when we take this to marae, then it's the kāwanatanga who feels out of place, which is not that we're trying to make it like that, right? But we're just trying to make sure ko te amorangi ki mua, and that's our moana and our tangata kaitiaki as the personification of what we want to achieve in the moana. So we ran the wānanga. From that, we built out a training plan, which is going to be delivered in July and August, which is there's a lot of needs, but the three key needs that we've identified are fisheries management plans, water safety. Even though our whānau don't value water safety, you can go to a million wānanga and you probably wouldn't find one person who says water safety is important. But it is important, and we lose too many lives, and especially at Mahi, we've lost quite a few of our whānau. We're trying to change their mindset. I know with our whānau, when they talk about water safety, it's about wearing bright clothes, so if anything happens, they can find your body. And we want to dispel that and say, okay, let's get out there and be safe while we do the mahi as well. That's training, water safety, and compliance. So how do we come together, bring together the LORE and the LAW? So there's sort of a lot of misconceptions about the roles of tangata kaitiaki as opposed to fisheries officers and honorary fisheries officers, and so those wānanga are being rolled out, dates and locations to be confirmed in July. Also, another kaupapa we're collaborating on is pawa. We've seen that as a culturally significant species along this coastline, or piho pawa. I think that's what we call them from out here. It's a significant, and it's in decline. I know that at Mahia we're seeing a lot of problems with it, not necessarily about poachers. A lot of it's environmental. I know at Tawapata, where that name originates from, we've got a lot of sedimentation. You've got eelgrass, which is good for fish, but not so good for paus coming in. And so our whānau at Waimarama have also got a rāhui at the moment, a 186 under the customary fishery regs. We got our porangahau whānau doing some good stuff in the water, gathering it. And so hopefully if we can put our minds together and gather our information and mātauranga Māori, we can start sort of reclaiming some of this moana for our pāua again. A big part of that is education as well, making sure that our whānau kaitiakitanga begins in the water. You know, you're measuring your pāuas in the sea, not taking them back and then risking them bleeding out, because a lot of whānau don't realise that pāua are hemophiliacs, and that if you cut it, then it'll bleed out and die. So it's really important that kaitiakitanga starts in the sea, and that's even as a seasonal, as a lifestyle too for our whānau. Whanaunga asked me about crayfish last week, getting some crayfish. Is like, we don't gather crayfish this time of year because this is when they're spawning.
Yep.
So there's a disconnect amongst our whānau, and so trying to bring back that mātauranga. So, you know, we've got matariki now, we've got our maramataka, so trying to bring back that mātauranga within our whānau. Gone are the days where we had a tohunga who knew it all. It's now all their mātauranga is within different repositories, within whānau and kaumātua, and we're just trying to sort of create a safe environment where that can be shared for the betterment of our moana.
Kia ora, Peter. Any questions? I know what brought Peter here was Matua Paora talking, and I did mention that to Paul. So his mother and I are first cousins. So to clear that, but it was Paul Paora was talking about the summer. You know, he's talked about there's rahui at is it Waimarama?
Waimarama.
Yeah, and that so Porongahau got a battering, and I was mentioning what is it, 70 trucks and trailers. And,
Mahi gets a battering every year.
Yeah.
We've got like, so there's these different structures. James probably knows them well. Like you've got 186s, which are a rāhui on taking power, which they have at Waimarama. We have what's called a mahinga mātaitai. We've got 3 of them at Mahia, where you can put bylaws that prevent, but it's one of those things. It's one thing to have the laws, it's another to enforce them. And this is another aspect of our training, trying to encourage fun. Now that we, MPI compliance is sort of elevating the importance of Māori, and now we've got a Māori manager who manages the coastline along here, and he's more attuned to the needs of he's born and bred in Wairoa, one of my taukete from Whakirangi, one of Uncle Charlie's cousins, through marriage. So now we're at a point now where in the past it's been Crown undercutting Māori and their incompatibilities. So now we're at a point where actually you can be HFOs, where in the past, from a Western perspective, Māori being involved in enforcing Māori, it seemed like a conflict of interest. Yet, as we know, our whānau are actually harder on ourselves than rāwaho. And literally, people get hidings at Mahia for driving in the wrong place. And so now it's about evolving those relationships and supporting like those 186. And this is quite common because they find it in Tūranga as well. If you put a rāhui in one area, then people who would usually gather from there then go to the adjacent areas. Yeah. So Rangaetika, now whānau down there, Pourere, you know, and so, and there's an education process there as well. And I think that's part of like that kōrero I had earlier about understanding the kaimoana.
Where there's wānanga.
And so wānanga, so I try to, like people hit me up, like, oh, have you got any kaimoana in your freezer? I say, kaimoana doesn't breed in the freezer, so you won't find it at my place. But, you know, it's understanding our contribution to it all. And I think Ngāti Porou have a nice rāhui approach, where the rāhui, it's not like a formal one, like a 186. When they put a rāhui, it's on the tepu. So you don't eat kaimoana, whether it's from your own pātaka or someone else's, you don't eat kaimoana for that period because you don't want to take put pressure on the adjacent areas as well. So yeah, that's 186. There's other ways like mechanisms like mahi ngā mātaitai, which we have at 3 at Mahi. All of them have bylaws with mixed outcomes. There's one that has a total ban in a small area, and so we're trying to use that with our freshwater restoration program, which we've got in Mana Otiwai funding, to see by stopping in that small area from Blue Bay to Waikokupu, we can actually in effect say that there's no takeout of here. Now we're tidying up the Waikokupu freshwater catchments and the Waipiata. So what impact does that have by cleaning up that fresher environment? How does that impact on the sustainability of the adjacent moana? Hopefully by having a little micro environment like that, we can then sort of have start creating some broader strategies that can be scaled out to other parts of Māori. And I think it's the same for a lot of the coastline here that I've dived. You've got a lot of sedimentation coming off our pastoral sort of farm blocks, which is sort of just constantly going, and you know, it doesn't even need to settle for sedimentation to kill off the red coralline algae, which requires lots of sunlight and which is a key spawning sort of environment for paua. And a lot of this is the Mātauranga Māori and science. So we have researchers come along and getting involved as well. We have MIT from Boston working with our mātaitai at Māhia, and we've had Stanford in the past. And so being able to hook up this mātauranga amongst our tangata kaitiaki is important. So we're sharing, you know, ka mahi tahi.
Understanding.
Yeah. And so that's part of what we're
Chair,
doing.
one of the, you mentioned it earlier on, something that sort of sits and overlays as a bit of a platform for the community and tangata whenua to work to as a fisheries management plan.
Yep. Yeah. So that's there's two parts to that. There's a real technical part, which James probably understands from the fisheries. Which there's a technical part within the customary fisheries regulations about a fisheries plan, but you know, we don't want to put our kaitiaki off. So in terms of our training, it's about focusing on the needs of the moana for those particular areas. When we run our wānanga, it's going to be a workshop style. So we've got sort of our general form of what a plan should have. So you've got, you know, pukinga, ngoikoretanga, your weaknesses, pai tawhiti, and looking at the different constructs that our moimoia and so forth, our whānau want. So whether that's a pātaka for your marae, you know, how would it, what have you had in the past? So we're going to be running, wānanga, they're free, open to everyone to attend in July. And the key with fisheries management plans, with our rōpū, it's a coalition of the willing. Like, we're not here to tell anyone what to do. We're just here to do our mahi, and hopefully we can work together. We've got PSGEs, we've got Jamios, we've got whānau, hapu, marae, parishes, our Ringatu parish at Māhia, we're involved with creating fisheries management plans, and then hopefully by having these plans we can see, oh man, these guys down in Porangahau are working on the same kaupapa as us, and this is what they have and this is what we have. We can share information. So yeah, that's a fisheries management plan under the customary fisheries regs, but this wānanga is focus 100% on our kaitiaki and whānau and so forth and what they want, and then later on there'll be a more of a technical piece where we can engage, you know, the Ulysses and so forth, the sort of propeller heads from Fisheries New Zealand, who can then sort of translate, as well as with our compliance guys, because there's a compliance component to them, and that, like I say, we've got Mātai with bylaws at Mahia. Unfortunately, trying to enforce them is another thing, because people turn up and just dive anywhere, especially when they're rāwaho, and they don't know any different. We had a commercial kitten diver up in Mahia the other week who avoided getting to hiding, but then didn't understand that there's actually a commercial fishing ban within 2 nautical miles of Mahia. And so even when people go out of the way, and unfortunately, he got some incorrect advice from MPI around that. So the Moana is one of those places where there's a lot of regulations there, always at different levels. So you've got customary fisheries regulations, which is about the species inside the moana, not the actual sea or the ground. You've got, you know, within the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, their remit. You've got Commercial Fisheries Settlement Act, you know, TACC, I can't remember the difference, and now MACA claims and so forth coming. So it's quite a complex area for your average person who wants to feed their whānau to navigate. And this is part of what we do here, is trying to come up with common sense and easy solutions for our whānau, because a lot of our whānau who are involved, they haven't got time. They're feeding their families, going to work and feeding their families during the week. On the weekends, it's either going and doing the stuff in the moana, or taking your kids to sport, you know, down at the marae, helping out the back. So we're trying to make it as easy as possible for them to sort of contribute.
Kia ora, Paulus. Chair, so the reference point for this, and a bit more context, yes, it was raised by Paula last year, and it was following a vacation holiday period out at Pōrangaho, Paurere, where their resource, their kaimona out there got quite plundered, many rāwaho. And so it was brought up, and I do remember, Peter, it was you who actually gave reference that Paula was sitting on one of the kaitiaki boards, and that he would have some useful information to share with us, which he has done today. Nau nei whakarangatira hi ai tēnei kaupapa, e puta mai ke roto ki tēnei koiti. Nei, kānui te mihi kia koe rā, Paula.
Katarina's got a part-time.
Little part, just for you, Paul. A couple of years ago, I attended a climate change hui up in Te Tairāwhiti, and some of the coastal whānau brought some species of power shell down from the coast. They're really concerned that the power shell's now beginning to be quite brittle, and I was wondering if Mahia is feeling that, or has examples of abnormalities or regular it's confirmation of the body, of the actual power, the shell, everything.
Yeah,
Are you
that's
finding
a certification,
irregularities? Yes.
of the sea.
Certification.
Yeah, and because there's we're still on a bit of a journey in terms of the power stuff, in terms of gathering research and so forth. But just anecdotally, and this probably speaks to the decline in the reed coralline algae. So Tawapata, where I come from, you used to be able to tell powers from Tawapata because the shell was so pink. It was like real pink, and every time you see it, you say, oh yeah, that's Tawapata power. And that's because of the abundance of reed coralline algae that was all through there. And now, through sedimentation, when I was up on my family block at Tawapata, we were fencing, still day, sunny as, and you can just hear the erosion still crumbling, and it's constantly putting sedimentation in there. So that's one of the key pieces which is driving our whānau at Tawapata to sort of set up our own sort of coastal restoration project between our Urupa and Maramahatea and the Tawapata stream that comes out of there, and the Haunui stream which comes out of our whānau block. And there's about 500 metres of coastline that we're starting to work together, building one of those fisheries management plans. But I think the key with regulations is that they can be a bit one-dimensional. in that you've got a fisheries management plan focusing on the species, like paua, for example. I think with Mātauranga Māori, we have this, we don't isolate the individual stuff we're researching, we look at the whole context with which it lives, and I think that's an aspect which is missing from Western science, where you try and isolate something and try and understand it in an isolated environment, whereas with Mātauranga Māori, it's about everything, how it all comes together, and then we personify those in a wairuatanga aspect, whether that's through tangaroa, calling that sort of togetherness, a deity like tangaroa or a person. And so that's part of the journey we're on with that sort of, I haven't seen it personally, certification, but I could see it where they've got huge forestry there along the coast there, how that could be a problem, because we see that with pipi at Oraka, ngā pipi wai o Oraka, where I come from. There's like the decline in the size and the quantity of pipis.
From the forestry.
Well, that's still, we started water testing and so forth. Yeah. Now that Pānui's dairy farm is gone, that seems to have picked up the size, but slash is a huge problem, and I think as it is everywhere. And
I just got a question too. I just didn't know, Paul, and just I suppose within the regional council environment, and then we talk about global warming. They've got a coastal hazard strategy. We got kaitiaki on our, right throughout the coastline, and I suppose it's just in regards to Māori resource and our kaitiaki that work in that environment. It'd be good for the regional council to recognise the ropu and the mahi that they do, because they, like Paul was saying, around the water monitoring, the restoration projects, it'd be good to make that connect within the HBRC, because obviously that mahi's been done anyway. We've got all those initiatives that the committee and that are doing, and then how do we build that relationship, because obviously all our kaitiaki right permits, and then we look at the waterways, whether we gazette the waterways. I know we've talked about that for several years for our marae, gazette up those river catchments, because then that brings another form of legislation that Māori have some control. So if we're looking forward to the future with the gazettal process, because we can go through a gazettal process, then we will have our kaitiaki, may have our kaitiaki appointed to those water catchments. That puts another layer over the awa. So from a regional council perspective, you need to be aware, because in that's future where potentially that may go through the gazettal process, because we've got the one has been gazetted in some places, but that gazettal process also can be implemented within the awa as well under the Fisheries Act.
I'll pass it to James. You got any comment on it?
Yeah, great, Paul. I think the point you made earlier about the kotahitanga of Te Taiao, the integrated holistic nature in which it needs to be managed, but historically through so many different institutions, acts of parliament, it's very fragmented at the moment. And so one of the opportunities I think we have with our kotahi plan is to bring together more holistic management, particularly in terms of the whenua moana interaction. That's the ambition, and of course there are some key levers in terms of fisheries management that we don't hold, but I think we have got the opportunity to push the boat out somewhat in terms of the jurisdiction. There's a bit of contested area there around particularly habitat and biodiversity in the marine space. So look, I wonder whether an action arising from this kōrero is to invite an engagement between the Kaitiaki Forum and our Marine and Coastal Workstream focus area under Kotahi. And I know that we've in the past with our Marine and Coastal group tried to ensure there's some dialogue with the Kaitiaki Forum, but for the reasons you raised in terms of getting people together and that things, it's quite a hard group to engage with. But I think this is an important priority. So that's something I think we can take away and work with the policy and planning team and Māori partnerships to set up an engagement with the Kaitiaki Forum and bring that mātauranga into that marine dimension of kotahi. The other thing that just wondering about, given the interest that the Kaitiaki Forum has got around water safety, acknowledge that we still have a real problem with fatalities in the marine environment. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for some collaboration between the Harbour Master and the safe boating work program that we have and the Kaitiaki Forum to help us get the message out to whānau and find, more channels and avenues for education around that. And I know that, we do get funding from Maritime New Zealand for education in this space. And I think if we could collaborate with and get some help from the Kaitiaki Forum, then that would be great. So that's just another action that we could take from this hui.
Yeah, that's really good. I forgot, I do actually work with Anna and Becky on the Marine and Coastal Group. So there is some engagement with those guys. It's, and that's part of the landscape, right? Is working with the Crown and so forth. And I think that's where Kaitiaki quite often get put off because they don't want to get involved in the paperwork and so forth. And I think that's one of the key parts of our forum, that we're able to sort of provide an interface for whānau who are doers, and to make sure, keep them safe in the mahi they're doing, and then get support from the organisations. And I think, like you say, there's all these government silos who sort of all act around the same space, and that's a key part of what we're doing at Mahi with our Manawa Te Wai, Jobs for Nature, trying to sort of create some cheat sheets for our other whānau to be able to sort of work in these, especially if you can get results and then share those with the other whānau, then that's good input into a funding. And, we have a really good relationship with everyone at the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. I'm not just saying that as well. I think it's really productive. The Māori relationship officer in Mahi can be a bit dicey. No, it's actually good. It's good that we can have these conversations with Nathan and so forth. But even with Anna, Ian as well with the biodiversity stuff, and I think it's about changing that Māori discourse with the government from where we can work together, where it makes sense, and we can all contribute to the kaupapa.
So we all work together. No,
So I'll move if we need to move those action points for.
and
Water safety.
Yep, and building that relationship, Paul, and then good moving forward.
Because a key part is all our forums also going to be acquiring the old compliance boat, Kauhitara. So that creates a platform specifically to create a platform where we can train our kaitiaki around water safety. And
the regional council supported, we were putting for a boat to do similar program in Ahuriri, what we're doing in Mahia. So we're just going through the process at the moment, but we thanks Peter, we received a letter of support around that water safety program about water monitoring and putting in the same initiatives that our whānau have been saying through the wānanga we had last year throughout the coastline. Hey, let's look at putting some initiatives in place that educate and make the marine environment safer. We've had contact with the police saying they've had a number of issues with rescues and that out at sea. So if we can educate and put a safe environment for our whānau to practice kaitiaki tanga, then it's better for the community.
So that, can I just get the wording of your motion, please, Peter, for NLA?
It was to support James's recommendations and the support for Mikey Paratu.
So we'll note the actions and then.
That's right. And moved by Peter and was seconded by you, Katarina. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried.
Just on behalf of the chair and of the Māori committee, so Paul Shasha, I see his cards down there, so he's here in name only. But we do have Dr. Roger Marker from Tamatea, Tai Whenua, and so this corridor has also been recorded, so it gives a resource that can be shared, not just with the ones here, but others. It's been very fulsome and sort of well summarised in terms of the response to the take that was raised. And so on behalf of our Māori committee and the chair, I'd like to thank you, Paola. And also, in about 7 minutes, we have lunch, and we'd love it if you could stay and share lunch with us.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Unfortunately, I'm going to get back to my next meeting, my day job, at 1 o'clock. But yeah, no ki te whiwhi, ko tai mai ki te whakawhiti kōrero, weti tēnei kaupapa whakahirehira koe mā koroma. Yeah, tēnā koutou. Kia ora tātou.
Well, travel safe then.
Excellent. And just for all your information, Annalie has uploaded Paul's presentation on Stella, so
Aye.
that's there available.
Kia ora, Paula.
She's running off, Cool presentation. Thank you. So we're up to now, back to you, James,
Chair.
the update.
Koutou katoa.
James.
Thought I'd just give you a very quick run through before lunch about where we're at across the organisation at the moment. Probably no surprises that we're struggling with many of the same challenges that other organisations are at the moment of people, time and money. COVID and flu season is having an impact on staff, so we've got more people away, and we've now officially had more than a third of our workforce confirmed as having COVID. Probably unofficially with people who either haven't reported or don't know they've had it. I would say easily over half of our workforce now has had COVID, and that's pretty consistent with other organisations. We had all that disruption at the start of the year that everyone else did with work from home and all of the when we were in the red traffic light settings and all the restrictions we had around public gatherings and the impact that had on the organisation. So we're still playing a bit of catch up on that. We've had a very high level of staff turnover in the last year, so the annualised numbers running at just a little over 18% at the moment. And we're continuing to find good people, so recruitment's going well, but it has an impact on just loss of institutional knowledge, people coming and going, and disruption to work programs and that sort of thing. So that's a bit of a challenge. People will have heard of the concept of the Great Resignation. That's been happening in our organisation. People have had great opportunities. There's a lot of jobs in the market at the moment. Unemployment's very, very low at 3.2%, so just a lot of opportunity. But we are managing to secure new good staff, so that's great. We have got our contractors and consultants having some of the same challenges we are, so just seeing some of those deliverables from our third parties have delays. And we are seeing that inflation effect starting to come through costs. At the end of the third quarter, so to the end of the 31st of March, we were at our operating expenditure 91% of budget and CapEx 47% of budget, so well behind in our big capital programs. To put that into context, operating expenditure was about $6 million behind where it should be, and our capital budget about $17 million behind where it should be. Now we don't have money burning a hole in a pocket in a bank account. Because we were planning to be running a deficit this year, and we were going to borrow to balance the books. So if anything, we're probably more likely to come in at a balanced book place. And then in the capital, we borrow for our capital expenditure typically. So this is just debt that we haven't yet incurred. But we are seeing delays in the flood scheme upgrades, just around people, weather disruption, COVID disruption, contractors disrupted. The water security program, we haven't been making as much progress as we would have hoped to have in terms of getting on with the Managed Act for Recharge project in Central Hawke's Bay and some water storage opportunities in Hiritonga. And our big ICT program in the long-term plan, which I've previously mentioned to the committee, we've got upgrades of our main technology infrastructure as an organisation, just struggling to get that work done as quickly as we would like. And even in areas like our facilities, so the ground floor out here, people might have noticed that every time they come in, it's empty. we can't get building contractors all lined up to get the renovation. So we've got staff stacked on top of staff, and we haven't got the fit out of our offices on track. We're about 6 months behind on that. Just in terms of what we can control, which is our staff costs and our overheads directly in the business, we're at 99% of budget, so we're sort of on track. So look, every council I talk to around the country is having the same sort of challenges at the moment, but I think ours is doubly challenged by the fact we've got a really ambitious work program. We've tried to ramp up what we're doing as an organisation at precisely the wrong time in many respects, with COVID and all the disruptions around the borders and the tight labour market and what have you. Look, just on the climate change side of things, so the flood schemes are going, upgrades are going well. So the stock banks across Hiritonga being upgraded, some good collaboration happening there with communities, and some really proactive engagement with marae in the various locations. So Māori Partnerships team working with our community liaison there, and so that's going well. And some good opportunities for some restoration projects in that. So certainly at Waiheke was one of the first marae out of the starting blocks. But as we move across the Hiritonga Plains, there's more and more opportunity for that. Tuki, we have the gravel coming out. I've mentioned the water security program. Next month, taking consultation on coastal hazards. Civil defence, there's some work going on to clarify the roles and responsibilities and improve our common information tools, so just strengthen our capability there. Right tree, right place, we've got a couple of farms lined up for planting this winter, but still trying to get to that 5 pilot farms to demonstrate the right tree, right place program. My Way had its launch this week, so we've got the end of last week, so we're now into the trial of our on-demand public transport in Hastings, and seeing a really good response from the community for that, so that's exciting. And last meeting you got a briefing from the Climate Change Ambassador from Pippa on her work program, so the regional inventory, so that's working out where all our greenhouse gases are coming from as a region in detail. That project's underway. Freshwater, so obviously we'll be talking about kotahi on the agenda, and that's the main game in terms of our all governors approach to rolling out the engagement with the community on kotahi, and Te Mana Otawai at the heart of that. The science work's being prepared in terms of supporting the mahi to come, and our 3-yearly State of Environment report will be going to the Environment Integrated Catchments Committee meeting next month in July, and that'll set the baseline. That'll tell the story of what is the state of Te Taiao in Te Matu and Maui, and for us to then take that to the community and say, here are our issues that we need to deal with through kotahi. In the meantime, we've got the regulations we're still having to implement, so we're chasing a few of the last tuki farm environment plans that need to come in. Land use consents we're rolling through on the tuki in those nitrogen exceeding catchments. It's winter grazing season, so the regulations around winter grazing and stopping our soils from being degraded and pugged and discharges to waterways. Enforcement and compliance is going on around that at the moment, and we're about to launch into a campaign around stock exclusion, so reminding everybody of their obligations around fencing their waterways, and then that'll be followed with some compliance work once we've completed the education. The tank decisions, we're still waiting on the commissioners, and now looking at the third quarter of this year. We're working currently through an application to the Minister for the Environment to have an extension granted for those decisions to be issued by the 31st of August. So we're just waiting a decision on that. And outstanding water bodies and water conservation order, still working through the appeals with the Environment Court on those. Biodiversity, so the Ahuriri Regional Park Joint Committee to oversee the development of the park, hopefully will be up and running before the elections, so looking at them having their initial meeting. Terms of reference for that joint committee being established, fundamentally a partnership with Mana Ahuriri and Napier City Council, and then get the planning underway. We previously reported that we've had some good funding through Jobs for Nature for fencing and planting. We're starting to see some real delays with getting fencing materials and fences, and I know many of the other Jobs for Nature programs around the region, including some being delivered by PSGs and other Māori entities in the region are struggling with similar challenges. It's just not the fence posts, it's just not the fences to do all the mahi. And with the weather the weather events in Wairoa, the extra demand for fencing crews given the damage to fencing up there. So I think we're just going to have a bit of a headwind for a while in terms of delivering that work. The planning around Wairoa Regional Park can commence in the new financial year starting 1 July, and we're reviewing the possum control program. There's going to be consultation in the next few months around all of that. Still waiting on that national policy statement for Indigenous biodiversity. And just a final thing, the central government's reform agenda just continues flat out. Always a reminder that we're still in the middle of freshwater reform before we start talking about resource management reform. Still waiting on the government to introduce legislation. They had that exposure draft that went to select committee, but the formal natural and built environments bill will come through with the Te Oranga or Te Tile embedded in it. And so we understand that they're still planning to have a combined regional plans and combined joint committees, which will have some implications for how we work in the way that we're doing our All Governors mahi, and we've got our Hawke's Bay Regional Planning Committee Act 2015. That's going to have to weave into this new model, and there's some uncertainties about how that's going to work. Just on climate change, so we've just put in a submission into the National Adaptation Plan, emphasising the issues for our region around coastal hazards, water security, flood schemes, etc. Three Waters is in the news, hearing plenty about that. We're sitting alongside that process, not directly involved, but keeping a close eye on the implications for the quality of water that comes from those reforms. And perhaps just the final thing, future for local government there. Second report is due in September. And the key thing we're going to be looking at in that is what is the future role for regional councils, and particularly for us, given it's so central to the way we work, is what's the role for Māori in decision making. So I think the final thing I'd say about that is, we've been on a journey with this committee for 30 years now, and more latterly with the Regional Planning Committee, and again on the agenda this afternoon is this evolution about the way we work and the way we partner. And we're evolving that, and we're trying to set up a new way of working, which is, as Rick has described, decision making without walls. So it's an inclusive approach, and it's a deep embedded partnership approach. So just while we're trying to get that set up, central government's coming in over the top with reforms that might support where we're going, or they might try and pull us in another direction. So a lot of what that we're doing, I guess, in terms of our informal dialogue with officials in Wellington, with ministers, is highlighting the way we're trying to work in our region, and suggesting that might be a template or a way of modelling the way of working into the future. But of course, every region's got their own story on that, and the central government has to work through where they land. But I think, we've got an opportunity with our All Governors approach with Kotahi to really lead the way. But that puts the onus on all of us to make it work, and that's our challenge. It's probably a perfect segue to the chair.
Thank you. You can see why I step back and let James go. If you're like me, you feel dizzy after all those things. It's like being in a kaleidoscope, all these swirling things around you. But as governors, we have to keep our eye on the big picture. And there's two big things here. I'll make one operational observation. It has been really challenging for the organisation, given the staff turnover, shortages, etc. And I think we could be overly critical if we're looking at things which aren't done. And I just encourage people to look at things which have been done and look at it from the other end of the telescope. And when you look at what things have been done, you have to say it's been a pretty impressive outcome. There's an enormous amount of work being done, regardless of the shortages and the supply chain problems and COVID and absenteeism and working from home. So I think the organisation from that point of view has done a remarkable job, and thank you to the staff. For me, there's two things which are really important above all else, and I'll start with the one that James has highlighted, it's Kotahi. Kotahi is going to be the plan, the rules that govern this region and protect its environment. All of the other things are subservient to that. So if we don't focus on the big picture, we'll miss the big picture. And for me, governance is like riding a motorcycle. One of the rules they tell you when you ride a motorcycle is where you look is where you go. And quite often people come to a corner and they see a lamppost and they turn their eyes and look at the lamppost, and guess what? That's where they wind up. So the truth of it is life is like riding a motorcycle. Where you look is where you go. So we have to look at the big picture and look at Kotahi. That is the thing which is going to be the most important for us. We'll set the rules, set the standards about protecting our waterways, water takes, etc. For the region. So that's our number one goal. So I just want to say to people, that's what we should focus on. Whether doing enough riparian planting or not is important, but not more important than Kotahi. Whether doing this or that, the other, is important, but not as important as Kotahi. So Kotahi is the big job. And we're going to talk about that shortly. The second thing is there's a bit of a struggle going on around the place about decision making. And there's a lot of talk about co-governance or not and so on. Well, people look to this area here because we have a co-governance arrangement in the form of the RPC. And there's all sorts of people make all sorts of criticisms of it, whether it works or doesn't work. And I just would encourage you all to think carefully about what we do and how we do it, because there are a million eyes watching us from outside. The better we do, the better people reflect on it. And rather than get talked up into whether it's this form of governance, that's it, I just think let's keep it simple. I think this idea of having an inclusive governance arrangement, governance without walls, does not put us on any side of the argument, but says we're here as a group to be leaders for the region, to make the best decisions for the leaders. And the better we make that work, the better it's going to have as an influence on other initiatives outside of this area. Whether we like it or not, we are on the cutting edge of this, ideologically, practically, and in a governance arrangement. No one else in the country, regional councils, have got to the place that we are. So I think it's really important how we get through this. And I think Hawke's Bay can be leaders because of, you heard the presentation this morning, how many people was he related to, how is this the thing? We're all connected. We all agree on the same things. We like each other. We must be able to make this work in the best interest of our region. We do not have a similar situation across the country like we have here. So that's my two messages. Let's make this work. Kotahi is the big thing, and let's focus on that. And just say the organisation is working flat out, a million fronts, and doing a marvellous job despite of all the shortages and the difficulties. So thank you to James and thank you to the team.
Hello, Rick. Just mindful, I think we're supposed to have lunch at 1:10, but if there are any questions.
Just probably one, acknowledging our Chief Executive and the Chair for their report. Slide previous to this one made reference to CDEM, Civil Defence Emergency Management, and in terms of the operational model and the tools, there we go, the framework. And on behalf of Ian MacDonald, who is our General Manager for CDEM, he asked me to bring up two things for this committee. One was you put in a request, and this was last year, in terms of being able to visit GECC down in Hastings.
Yes.
So the action point on that, if we could record that, please, Annalee, would be for governance to work directly with Ian and our Māori committee representatives here to find a date that works well for that. The other point that Ian asked me to bring up, and this would be a paper in due course, is that at a national level, all of civil defence has been re-looked at. And part of that is where within that does tangata whenua, mana whenua feature. And so that will be a discussion that will be coming here to you. And I've asked Ian to furnish a paper that can give some context for that discussion to take place. Thank you, Chair.
Can I make a suggestion on the first point? I've had several discussions with Ian about this, and just to report to the meeting, I'm completely frustrated that we've not had this meeting previously. Talked about it. Can I suggest that governance make the next Māori committee meeting at civil defence?
Like it?
Have a meeting there. We can do the two at the same time.
Yep.
They're connected, they've got Wi-Fi, they've got Zoom, whatever. Kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah, I've just got a point just to add to that, because obviously with the civil defence, it needs a bigger connection with our whānau and our marae, because we're the ones that go out when flooding happened in Napier. And I know Rosie and that went out, rescued whānau, and Mariwa, she talked about pushing a surfboard, along to pick up her moko and get them out of the whare. And then that just, that's just illustration of an example that in this modern era, when we've got our queer going out to help whānau, I'm not saying that negatively, but I think there can be a better relationship. And then our marae's are obviously seen the need, and then, as one example, we've got a container and we're outfitting that container. So when our whānau do go out, hey, go to the marae, get some gumboots, get some wet weather gear, and have a radio that you can ring, and we manage it, because it just seems a little bit of and I'm not criticising civil defence, but if we can work more closely together, and if that facilitates that process, I think it'd be great moving forward, because we're already actioning that plan at the moment. So we've got a container, we're going to outfit it, going to put a door and put supplies in there for whānau. So just adding to your point, Peter and Rick, if we can build that capacity, it'd be great.
Tautoko, everyone?
Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
And at the detriment of being kind of between now and lunch, just to acknowledge, we've got ourselves all under the pump for the various reasons that you've just described, James, and spread right across this. Of course, we've got our grip on things, but I'm going to bring some of that up in my report. But just to acknowledge, what we've confronted with, all of us in our respective organisations, the impact of COVID, etc., on staff. And of course, the flurry of reforms that are coming our way, it's all going to be picked up, and I think I'll thread it through the extent of the agenda this afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, before I move, Aroha Mai, it's one that you didn't remind me, but I remembered. If we could also move, first of all, we could receive the Mai Paritu Tai Atu Ki Tūraki Rai Fisheries Forum report from
I'll move that.
Paul Ratapu, moved by Peter, seconded by Katarina. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And then if we could move that we receive the Chair and Hawke's Regional Council Chair and CEO. Moved by
I'll second that too.
Mārei, seconded by
Before we close, can I just...
Kapai.
Tēnā korua. Thanks, James and Rick. James, the My Way service, great idea. And I've been involved over in Hastings with that. And sooner we get it into Napier, the better. And I'll give you the reason why. Last night I did a 4 o'clock run out to Bayview, took 3 passengers home. Then I did the 5 o'clock one out to Bayview. It went out there for nothing, came back with nothing. What a waste of energy, eh? You know what I'm saying? So if we had that My Way doesn't have to move until someone rings up. So it can stay put in Napier, if you know what I mean. So that's a lot of cost saving for everyone. It makes sense, though. Tēnā koe. Rick, the kotahi plan, it can work. And I know our members are right behind you with that plan. And, you mentioned co-governance, and that seems to be the big issue out there, co-governance. And when I see comments in our local paper with our our 4 local councils, and their pushback on the 3 water reform that our current government is trying to put forward, that concerns me, because they should be working with us. Well, I thought they were all part of Kotahi. So that's a concern that I have, and I know what it is. It's got nothing to do with all the other issues, such as jobs and my assets are being taken from us. It's got to do with co-governance. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand it's all to do with co-governance. They do not want Māori in there, co-governance, and that's the big issue. So I thought I'd just put it out there, because as a Māori committee member, that's one pushback I'm going to take forward, and I hope my colleagues support me. But we're behind you if we want this to succeed. Kia ora.
Good, Api, and just one more thing is and you can always bring it up again in your report as well, the minor items. So we had our pre-hui, minor items are Biodiversity Committee, and the speaker of that will be Peter Eden. And the second one is the Y626 Flora and Fauna claim, which Māori is going to speak to. And as far as I know, that's our only minor item.
216.
So we just, I think that's about it. These are minor items on the agenda for discussion on item 17. Also, just to note, because Rick's got to go, he's going to take off to the West Coast, we're going to move items 11, 12 to after lunch, and then on to our take report.
Kia ora. Appreciate that.
Okay, so
What time would you like them back from for lunch?
oh, you what's our time?
It's 20 past.
22?
22?
20 minutes.
Well, bless the food with your grace. E ho whakapaingia nei kai hei uranga mō mātou tina na whakai o mātou wairua ki te taro te ora ki ukaraiti tō tātou reki. Āmene.
Āmene.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Okay, kai ora.
Hey, Charlotte. You do a great job on the food, Charlotte. So.
Kotahi plan and.
Make
well,
sure
I
you
hope soon
get
that's
this thing
the
Right,
Can't play?
I see you got the big bell there.
Yeah.
I think you should have a big gavel. Bang, 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 bang.
You want one, eh, Rick?
No, I don't need that. 11, right.
Yeah.
So who's leading this? I'm happy to talk to it once you've got it going.
I'll play.
Yep.
Kia ora tātou. So item 11 on your agenda is our paper here, sorry, just turning pages. Governance support for the development of the Kotahi plan. For those of you in the room, and do we have people on Zoom still? Yes. We've had a number of hui around how we're going to work together, or how you're all going to work together as governors alongside our councillors and our post-settlement governance entity representatives of the Regional Planning Committee to support Kotahi and the development of our plan, which includes the engagement and the decision-making. So this paper really just sets out what this looks like. We've had a really good hui back on the 13th of April, and there was verbal agreement at that hui that this was how we were going to work. But we're just wanting to formalise that commitment through this paper, through the decisions in this paper, that yes, this is what we agreed last month. I would just like to highlight the importance of the Māori committee in this plan development process. Without you, without the tai whenua having those connections with hapu, with marae, it's going to be a huge, huge struggle to make the deadline of December 24, and it's really important to us that the mana of the Māori committee and the tai whenua is recognised in the decision making. If you want me to step through the paper some more, I'm happy to do that, but I think it's reasonably self-explanatory given the number of meetings we've had before this.
Page 35. I don't have, I just want to know. Page 35. Yep. So if there's any, so I've taken as read, and if there's any questions, I suppose, fire away.
Yeah, I suppose Api had a question, but he's not here. Oh, there he is. Api, sorry.
I thought Uppy had a statement of full support.
No, he didn't. he supported you, but he had a question about, just around the Kotahi plan, when you raised your question, Api, in regards to, you supported Rick, but then around the Kotahi plan and then around the statements that were made within the process, was that correct?
Talk about Three Waters.
Oh, Three Waters. Oh, sorry.
Yes, talking about Three Waters, eh?
Okay.
And yeah, about Kotahi, yeah, and where we should be heading, and I think we're in a good space, and we kind of like know where we want to go, and we know what Rick is advocating, and we want to be part of their plan. But the concern that I had, as I just mentioned earlier, was our 4 councils are opposing the Three Water reforms, and that's a concern for us as a Māori committee. And it's all to do with co-governance. It's not to do with who owns all the assets, loss of jobs. No, that's not the issue. It's about co-governance. And so you know, where do we stand now? So here we are trying to work with the regional council, and so do we have to watch our backs because we know that the 4 councils are opposing it, the Three Water reforms, and that's my concern.
Kia ora, ka nui te mihi kia koe rā e api on that kaupapa. Just bringing us back into this kaupapa here, which is around the Kotahi plan. So the commitment you've given to work together, this is really about how do we formalise that or operationalise that with the mechanics so that we've got a clear decision-making pathway to work through all the way through to December 2024. And that's what this paper attempts to do, is to suggest or propose what that decision-making framework and pathway might look like. In doing so, what it also does is it identifies and commends the respective parts or complementarity that this committee brings to that process and that the Regional Planning Committee brings to that process and what our elected reps bring to that process. It's about making those all work as you did in your commitment about an all-of-governance approach. That's what this paper attempts to do, and it seeks your formal commitment towards that.
Yeah, I fully support that, and you ladies are doing an awesome job. Okay, I acknowledge that, but I'm just thinking about what's behind the scenes, what's going on in our lives, okay? It's not very nice to open up your morning paper just to see that the word kia ora being, making the news and Havelock again. You know, in this day and age, where the hell are we? Where the hell are we going to? Well, that's what I'm really on about, But I know you ladies are doing an awesome job, So, and like I said, we're behind you. Got it.
So that's support overall from Whanganui Arotu.
I'll rather wait till if anyone else has got any questions.
Māori's got some.
So I'd rather wait till we listen to everyone's kōrero before putting support in.
Thanks for the paper. I guess one of the underpinning real key issues for He Taonga has been, of course, the definition of Te Mana o Te Wai as it came into formal legislation under the National Policy, Freshwater Management. And I guess over the extent of many years during CANC, we were pushing, before it became legislated, in order to harden up environmental limits and standards. So that still is a very key focus for He Taonga in terms of achieving that process. And the questions are around how are we going to do that and when we're going to do that, I guess. So just taking a pedal back. So it's incumbent upon us, ourselves in the first instance, as tangata whenua, to respectively, as our obligation to feed back and consult with our own people in the first regard. The definition of Te Mana o Te Wai, because it is really important that our people have that clarity, what that means overall, before we can take a regional collective position to support plans of this nature. In other words, we need to roll out, we need to consult with our people. And I mean, if it had been on the order of our agenda, I would have been reporting back on one particular instrument that we've been undertaking, which is in my report, which fundamentally is being named Te Mana o Te Wai. And of course, there is, and as James has just demonstrated, we're under attack with all of these reforms, climate change, the spatial, natural built environment, and currently at the moment, the Hastings District Council that we're working with in terms of their consent for stormwater discharges where? Into the Karamu. And so water quality, as we know, that we often just shy away from in terms of remedying that situation. Hea te rongoa. Well, we've got to hit it with hard environmental limits and standards. But it is a very difficult conversation to have. I agree, we've got to find new ways in order for ourselves to engage proper, whether that be through co-governance or whether it just ensures that at least we're doing the kānui ki te kānui as we're doing right here now. So when I looked at the calendar of commitment to roll out a consultation process and I was loaded into 4 regions, oh my God, who would have put pen to paper without even asking me? I respect the fact that we're all out here and we have that obligation, but you've got to realise, just as we may have 300 or 400 people here in this building, the Hastings District Council has 400 staff. In their consents team, they have about 20, 30 dedicated, and I've only got 2 FTEs. I mean, I've got the total of 4.8 FTEs in my watch, but I don't have the capacity. And we're under attack in terms of the demands, particularly around spatial, natural built, and of course, resource consents that are coming on solidly in places that are arriving where our tipuna formerly occupied in days gone by. And of course, it brings into the nature and scheme of things the significance of the heritage site and the sites and zoning. So there's a lot that's going on. But to come back to this particular issue, look, I think what I'm trying to describe here is that we've got wānanga. I'm across 3 wānanga at the moment, and what we're proposing here is a wānanga with the community as such. But I would say, and I implore, that the responsibility that we as tangata whenua on this committee is to wānanga and consult with our people first, so that we can bring them up to at least a point of understanding very complex issues. These are complex issues in order to bring our people up. And there's a way by which we can measure that in order to get to a point in time. You know, I'm into, I like the dynamics of project management where you have a start, a middle and an end. You know, whereas in processes around what we've seen before, there's a start, a very long middle, and then no end. And so there's got to be steps that enable that process to bring it to its completion. And enrolling this bit of work that I was going to report on, it certainly has been a journey. And it just seems at times that we are all confined into a very short space at most times in order to get to do what we need to do. And we can put ourselves culturally unsafe, detached away from the very people that we represent. You know, globally, the voice of communities is starting to surpass Western science and Western mediated knowledge. There's a turn of that perspective around globally to say that they're welcoming in indigeneity, Mātauranga Māori, and yet we talk about it, but we don't do it. So I've got some really, you know, clear issues in terms of what Hira Tonga's positioned in terms of before we enact upon this, we're wanting to communicate back out to our communities, and it's going to be done over a period of time that can fit into our very busy calendars. I respect the fact that this is on the table, but I also think, wow, as I've just heard with the General Manager, the delay on the tank, as you know, Kerry, that we were locked in for many, many years, still is not being resolved. And yet this thing has an ambitious start by 2024. You know, I'm scratching my head. Why did we enact upon this when it's going to be potentially well, it is. It's going to be taken over by 2024 by Kotahi. You know, got to say, that was a waste of our time and ratepayers' money to go through that particular process. And we're still not knowing which way this is going to go. And I know the legal angst that the regional council would be caught up if the commission came out one way or another. People are going to respond. And, you know, just want to just say, I'm into wanting to make sure that there's some kind of merge or plank across the whole strata of where mana mutahaki is going in terms of our moimoia here, related to the treaty, and of course tangata treaty, institutions like this. We're running on a parallel, and at times we've got to put a bridge across to each other. That's why I think the new way should be framed in the steps that are going forward. Anyway, that's my whakaaro, but been thinking about this for some time with the level of engagement across a number of different stratas. And to be honest, I can tell you, this would be number 48 activity on my radar, 48, with only 4.8 FTEs in my organisation. Kia ora.
Oh, I've got some others that might want to.
Roger, you got any comment?
Kia ora tātou. Really, I just echo the same concerns that Api and Mare have put out. It is this expectation of us, of our small groups, in our case, severely under-resourced, to act on these major pieces of policy. I don't have any problem with the plan as it's laid out as such. It's when we get to the action end, is when are we going to see something in Tamatea that the regional council is going to put some decent amount of resources and effort into. And for all the years I've been on this committee, I've yet to see that materialise under whatever policy program you have. So Mara hit the nail on the head when he said that we're being overcome by a major, a numerous number of major issues. And the biggest challenge for us as tangata whenua is how do we collectively discuss these things, because we're tending to talk about them in silos. And even in this field here, which is the care of the environment, there's very separate conversations going on within Hawke's Bay alone, let alone nationally. So we've already had, a very good report on the coastline by Paul this morning. But that's a separate set of conversations which overlap everything that the rest of us do. Mana just said he was going to 3 different wānanga. Well, that's 3 different wānanga, which probably will have 3 different crowds of people. I'm not sure how our people can get up to date with all of these major changes and actually understand the effect that it will have on Te Taiao, particularly in our wahitaonga, in our particular areas. And that's the point that concerns me, is that with all the words and all the paper, the local view can get overlooked. And the people who live next to these awa, live on the coastline, actually don't see any improvement or any rectifying of the issues that confront them. So that's my addition to that, and I think that's our view from Tamatea, is that we don't see anything wrong and too much in the detail of kotahitanga. I think we need more explanation about the timeline, why it needs to be pushed out, and how the effect of any national programming and that comes out, so that it doesn't get overtaken by, we put a lot of effort into it and then it gets overtaken by some other development coming out of Wellington. So I think there's a lot more discussion to go on, but nothing that I could pin in sort of the detail of kotahitanga at this stage. We're just adamant that anybody who comes into our territory looking or considering any Taiao issue must sit and talk with our marae reps at all times. And that's just a blanket statement over the whole area of Te Taiao. Kia ora mai.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Roger. Any other comment or questions? Katarina? This is I seen your Māori. Oh, was it? Did Charlie put his hand up? Did you put your hand up, Charlie? Sorry. No. Katarina, you got any comment?
Oh, I just feel the quite heaviness of what everyone's saying, and it's something that you don't go out there and tell everybody how bogged down you are. You don't go out there and tell people how wānanga out you are, but it's our reality. How do we tell our story out there? It is difficult. It is a hard time. You might say, yay, tai whenua, we got you, but actually we need more time to get out there, even though we are out there. But people are not reflecting back what we are trying to actually, if I put a question in what's a kotahi plan, they still couldn't give it back to me, if you know what I mean. So there's still a little bit more education. God, I think it might be better if we made a movie. I just finished the Māori Film Festival. This is what I'm saying. How do we communicate to our people and get the story out there, get the real picture out there? And I was feeling like after the film festival, I was thinking, that's it, we're getting a documentary crew and I'm going to go out there and I'm going to go and document my people and capture the kōrero for my people. But it's hard, it's hard. There's capability and capacity there again. How are we getting out to our people? when I see the comms that come out in the Wairoa Star or in the Hawke's Bay Regional Council newsletters, when I try and put this in front of my own people, they go, "What's that? What's Charlie up to? What's Humpy up to?" You know, it's just, there seems to be some little gaps, and it's the storytelling in between. And we just haven't got the time. It's about making that time. I feel exactly how Mare's talking about his 4 Fs. Michelle and I,
We're free.
we're always talking about how there's no one in our town to help us. We don't have 1 F. One. Not even one. That's our moi us to at least have one. It's not that we don't want the kotahi plan. Of course we want this. At the end of the day, it's going around to talk about te mana o te wai. It's been the hardest thing.
I think.
Hand on heart, that's what I'm going around to talk to my people about, is what does te mana o te wai mean for us?
Yeah.
And that conversation needs to be done carefully because of the 3 obligations. Some people see it backwards. Some people, I've been getting lots of different whakaaro, and that's worrying. So I'm worried. So if I'm worried, what are other people thinking? So, so give us time. People have spoken. I tautoko what my colleagues are saying. Yeah, ngā mihi.
So the general theme, if I weave this all together, is wānanga, te mana o te wai. Am I there? Because I know with our taiao committee for tātou, we're all working, each of our 7 kāhui are working on our taiao management plans. And I know when we go and have our hui this weekend and have a short workshop on that, te mana o te wai is going to be at the centre of that. And it's about finding out from our whānau what that means to them, what is most important, you know. Is it the Māori? Is it drinking water? Is it economic development? So we need to hear from them. So we're not saying no. It's just like, I think for us, that wānanga component is important. A lot of us have been proactive in doing it anyway, because tātou is cracking the whip with his other hat, getting us to get onto it. But it's really important. Te mana o te wai is the game changer for us. And if there's anything that we bring back from our people is about it's their understanding of that and what their priorities are, and in regards to the obligations. So is that where, Māori? Not to add another wānanga or 2 onto you, but you know.
And also it reflects on quite a bit of the business that's on the agenda that's coming up, particularly around water strategy, security and other parts of this. If we don't resolve that issue first, then we're going to be running into this, of the other parts to it all. I was going to report on how the wānanga have ran over the ngā pou mataraho in the new way by which we have to do things. Online, webinar, seminar. So gone are the days, face to face. I guess even though it removes that personality from where you would be at a marae to do things, but boy, it's got some efficiencies too. And I'll be touching a little bit on where those efficiencies are. Notwithstanding, it has the ability to draw in, and we've got to think about future succession in terms of who's going to parry these long-term plans, because it brings with it a time frame and a duration. And I mean, I haven't even talked about the nuts and bolts in terms of what the framework of the plan is going to incorporate itself, but I did premise it by, if it has got nothing short of hard environmental limits and standards, then here again, we've got an issue with each other. We only just got to look around and see it's been a real difficult job, and good old Rex would often say at forums, this poor committee and others have ended up being the result of managing or fixing up the legacy of our forebears. Well, let's not put this on the next generation. And I mean, if it means we can get on much better in a way by which to produce a plan, and we may need to actually straddle each other in communicating as clearly as we can, I say that I'll give an example of that in terms of what could come about in terms of future wānanga going forward. But I would think that the first 3 wānanga in each tai whenua district needs to, and I'm just putting this out, needs to be with our own whānau to clearly outline and define the importance of where Te Mana Te Wai sits overall in amongst all the conversations that we're having today. And that at least by a three-pronged wānanga, that's how we work, Bacco, and it's worked for us okay. I mean, this is our process. I'm not putting this on anybody else. But the last one ought to be with each other. So let's settle ourselves first before we get ahead of having the conversation with council, because we're disconnecting ourselves away from the voice of the community. Give the opportunity of each district to have a wānanga in the spirit that somewhere, perhaps the third wānanga is done collectively with each other. But time to enable the whānau that we're responsible at least to contribute with their participation. We film, we record, and it's that cultural memory that's really, really the gap filler. We know that Te Mana Te Wai is really about the awa comes first, the people come second, economics come third. And we only got to see that when we start to see policies and inside of documents that, hello, there's a reverse. There's still economics kind of taking centre stage. We've only got to look at the climate change report to show who the contributors are around carbon footprint. 73% of the horticulture, agriculture are contributing towards that, and we're enabling that to happen. That's the problem.
Kia ora, Mother. Any reply?
Yes, well, I'll start. Now, this isn't at all in terms of challenging the kōrero that's been laid down today, i whāriki here. First and foremost, it's to acknowledge it is not lost on this council the stress and the strain that all of these different kaupapa bring, let alone this one. What you would have seen in the paper is that, and as is the case up in Mohaka catchment, is that there is a certain amount of resources, and this is in the paper from both the planning team and from the Māori Partnerships team, that as we go and hit the ground, absolutely, the wānanga that you talk about, however you might want that to actually happen on the ground with people, then will be determined by that. That's fine. What I'm looking at here, and I reflect back in October, in December, in January, and in the month following, we all talked about working together. All of Governor's approach, the three groups. And in October, I recall how up until that time, we had looked at keeping you in respective swim lanes, RPC, RMA related business. But the challenge to us was, no, we don't want to be kept in swim lanes. We want to work together. This paper here describes a mechanism and an instrument that is incremental, it's probably sequential in terms of how do we make this work? How do we make all of governance work? And this is about formal decision-making. At certain parts in the pathway of kotahi, there are decision-making points. And this is what's the Māori Committee's part and role in terms of that decision-making process. What is RPC's role in terms of that? And it's about trying to get them to mesh together so we have a workable, functional instrument and mechanism in terms of progressing kotahi. None of what you've said today is in contention. When we get on the ground, it will happen like you've described. That's not an issue here. This one here is about arming you with a mechanism to impart decision-making as part of the process and rollout of December 2024. Now, I'd love to say, oh, no, we've got 2026 or we've got 2030. We don't. Council doesn't. We're operating to 2024. And we will do our utmost to try and supplement and complement you in terms of capacity and capability to be able to join in that process moving forward. I've witnessed sort of James right when I first started back here in 2018. Capacity, capability shortage in terms of tangata whenua is a big issue, and we've known about that. James has challenged that directly with the Minister. With MFE, we continue to do that. So we were not in contention with anything you're saying. All we wanted to do is say, you want to work together? Great. Here's a mechanism and instrument to enable you to impart decisions on this pathway moving forward. That's what this paper is about today.
And we absolutely encourage those conversations to happen locally with your whānau, with your hapu, at marae, around Te Mana Te Wai, to get an understanding of what does Te Manawa Te Wai mean locally, because that's all part of this process. We want to ensure that you're part of the decision-making so that the local view, as Roger was just saying, doesn't get overlooked, that it does end up in the plan, and to make sure that that's, you're supporting that and making sure that that's what happens. It's really important for us to make sure that, you are resourced in this process as well. We've indicated in the paper that at our last hui, there'd been conversations around funding specialist advisors for mana whenua. That's something that we will be supporting. We obviously need to find out who they are and set up the contracts and, set those processes in train so that you've got the support to help you in this journey with us. Us being the collective everybody.
All good? Sounds good? Okay, so I'll just refer you to page 38 where there's a recommendation. Would someone like to move the recommendations, all of them or part or?
Oh, just my own kind of,
Addition?
just looking at 30, I mean, I've just spoken about consulting directly with the community or others having an interest in the decision. I think I've described our Heretaunga position in that regard. Certainly not trying to offset or put aside what's inevitably going to come in terms of the Kotahi plan, but the way by which, and I'm just trying to read through the words. I read through the paper, thanks, Kerry. This is really just highly passionate about where we are as a people, and it's certainly no personal attack or inference, other than I know that we've got a wee way to go. So, I can say that we've received and we've certainly given our feedback to the government support for development of the Kotahi plan, and I think just to support what Api said, it's inevitable, so we need to be on board with each other. I don't agree with number 2. I think there are significant aspects under the criteria, and I'm not too sure whether it's giving specific, and I don't know what the significant engagement policy is about, to be honest. I probably have seen it, but I can't recall it. And I'm a little bit, until such time that we've had a good talk with our whānau to fit it into what's already going into Heretaunga, that certainly it becomes a priority it has been a priority in terms of where we're going, along with a number of other issues. And number 3 agrees to work in partnership with elected members and councillors. And that's why I was taking inference when you put that calendar of schedule. Oh, by golly, it's blocked out a number of timeframes in amongst that. And we have got a really heavy schedule already. So it wouldn't, unfortunately, happen with Heretaunga or myself. And it doesn't have to be me, but I think someone who has got a very firm grasp of the business of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, its strategies, its vision and goals would be really important for someone to pack themselves with that background. And of course, I don't know where we got to with the whole, to be honest, I've got to admit, with the Māori Committee and Regional Planning Committee coming together as a part of this whole facet, as Peri has alluded to, I mean, this conversation has been, and maybe just didn't pick it up sooner enough in order to fit it into the conversation along my busy calendar of schedule to prioritise this against other priorities that are happening, and I'm not sort of whacking myself over the knuckles hard. We are busy, and if this is being missed out, then I'm not apologising. I'm just saying it is important and it is urgent on behalf of council, and I'll certainly make it an important item for our Heretaunga constituents. So I might just sit out of the vote when it does come.
Okay.
Recommendation.
Any other comment?
Yeah, and obviously, I suppose, support Uppy's our deputy chair and support where he takes us on our journey, because we have discussed as well, like Māori, and it's just making sure in a position that we make the right, and I, like Roger said, the paper, it reads well. And I didn't, just that point too, I didn't sort of, it is a significant event it's not insignificant. So, it is a significant event that we're all embarking in, and it's a change in the structure. And I think we have to be collective. We want to be on the one waka, so if the RPC money, it makes sense. That's where we're heading in the future, and that's where we need to be. And I will most probably leave Uppy to add to that, because I just think it's, I've heard the other arguments, but I'm supportive of the paper and coming together. So me personally, I would support us as a collective, because it adds more value, and it's where Māori wants to go, needs to go in the future, and it doesn't. It's not us being separated into two committees. Or if we got a more of a collective structure, I think it'd be better. We'll reach far more people. It's just how we get there. I think we're just sort of having a little cordial about.
Okay.
How do we get there? So I support it as in where we're heading for the future. Maybe just some questions around it.
So it sounds like recommendations 1 and 3, and maybe we need some clarification about 2.
Perhaps I could just add to this, and I know I've got some better qualified than me, but I'll take a stab. This is not saying that Kotahi or NPSFM is insignificant. All it's describing that is in terms of our engagement and significance policy, that there are certain requirements that require us to go outside with the public for certain decisions. This one here about the way that we mechanise our process is not one of those. So it's not saying this is insignificant, it's significant. What it is saying is that within our policy frame, is that we can make this decision in-house.
Yes.
It's not one that requires to undergo public consultation.
So this committee has the authority to make the decision on this without us going out to the community and consulting on it and getting them to feed into your decision-making.
Give you an example of a significant decision. The council decided it was going to sell its 55% shareholding in the port. You would have to consult with the community, because it was a substantial decision of a major asset. So you would have to consult. So there are decisions you can make within the committee because you're empowered to do so, but some decisions which are so significant you need to consult with the community. This is not one of them. This is an internal operational decision about how we work ourselves for the plan for Kotahi.
Chair, perhaps
I could just add that the substantive decisions in relation to Kotahi, the content of Kotahi, the decision to notify, the decision to adopt, they will all be significant decisions subject to public consultation. The only question here is whether you believe that you need to consult on agreeing to work in partnership with the PSGs under the RPC. And we're saying that's a decision that you can take at this table because you're empowered to do so. It's a decision in relation to the mechanics of this committee. It's not Kotahi itself. So just to be clear on that.
Thanks for that.
Right.
It has changed my position now.
You're gonna...
Clear. Yep.
So 1, 2 and 3, what about 3.1, 3.2? Why about that, Marama?
Marama? Peter Marama?
Mm-hmm.
Uppy?
Are they? Sure, they only hit a tongue person.
What was the question? Sorry.
About 3.1, 3.2, you fine with that as well?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good. It was tangata whenua in the community and the takiwara. That was kind of my whole point. To progress the development. Yep. Okay. And if it has not got the nuts and bolts to it all, really, and I'm figuring that, I guess that's part of maybe the tank outcome. We're kind of different parts. So it's really difficult to see where we're going to land just with that still up in the air. And of course, as I say, I'll premise this, if it doesn't come out with any hard environmental limits and standards, then we're going to be knocking heads again. But I'm not going to hold this up by saying, I think we've got to look at new ways of doing things, as you've said. And if it's got to have that integrity and trust and where we're going on this, we're taking our people on this journey. You know, I'm not putting myself culturally unsafe. Too often I've been in front and know what that feels like. You may not feel that. We do when we're in there. And I've got a number of things on my radar, as James would know, you know, that puts me and Heritonga right at the front end. Here I do say, it's not by our own choice, it's just by our own arrival to these things. So anyway, carry on.
That in mind, yeah.
Well, can I just respond to you, Māori? No one wants to put you in a place where you're unsafe. But can I just say to you, I think the thing here is that we know our environment is degrading. We know things have to change. And the only way we can change our changes is by upgrading our plan. To have hard and fast rules. That's what this is about. And we've got to set some rules, and the rules are going to be contained in kotahi. Protect our waterways, to protect our biodiversity, to protect our way of life. This is the single most important thing we do. And what this is opening the doors for simply just being controlled by a small part of the council, this proposal is to open up so everybody is a part of the journey. You, your team, your people. And when talk was about going to Tamatea and their marae being, well, this is what this process is all about. To say we want you to be on this journey, we want to be part of the discussion, be part of setting the rules. We want this. We don't want the way in which we've done plans in the past, which have been done over here by other groups. We want everybody on the journey. And you contribute as much as you can, as much as you want to, because this has got to be our plan. This is just opening the door so everybody can be part of it. So that's what this is about, is to make us all feel safe. Now, I just also add to you, I don't think there's going to be any disagreement about the fact that the state of our waterways is unacceptably poor and that we want things to be better. Everybody's going to agree on that. The only challenge for us is how fast and how quickly we go in a particular direction. Second thing is that we talked, Tanya talked about Mahinga Kai before. Everybody understands that we can't catch flounder and so on in the lower reaches of the Ngāroto like we used to be able to. Everybody agree we should do. The amount of whitebait in the rivers is parlous. It should be much better. We all agree on that. So how do we make this happen? So there's not going to be any disagreement about the ends here. I don't see that as a problem at all. What it is just simply a discussion about the direction and the pace of change. But the more involved in the conversation, the broader, the deeper it is, the better and stronger the decision making will be. That's what we want. Everybody to be on the bus here.
I certainly hope so.
That's what it's all about. Everybody being on the bus.
And I suppose if there's any additional or just a comment is in a way that keeps all our mana intact and that no committee usurps the other.
Yeah.
And that's about us as Māori and putting that out to I see Api is just the chair of the RPC's come in and we've discussed this. But as long as we can go on that journey and that way, that's what kotahitanga is all about. So
I think that's an important point that you identified about usurping, and I suppose when Paul came on to kōrero this morning about the customer, and he mentioned that in his kōrero, because we have a large collective of Māori from Mahi all the way down to Wairapa. We've got PSGEs, we've got all different ropu in there, but in our terms of reference, when we set that up, because everyone agreed, but we said we'd never come into another rohe and tell you what to do. That's your mana within your area.
right.
So that's just an important point, and then everyone was happy with that in that Māori context because we weren't taking it away from Heritonga or Ahuriri or Wairoa. You've got your own mana in your area.
But looking at efficiencies too, I mean, we could
Work
we
together.
could arm ourselves up together to have our
that's right.
conversation on the first two wānanga, you know, across the region.
Yeah.
right,
Simple.
Yeah. Hallelujah.
yeah,
That's it.
most definitely.
Just come up with it now.
Because to use one of my favourite catchphrases is for all our mokopuna. You know, we all have to live on this earth
That's
together. So, you know,
But it has to fit into a very busy calendar time, you know.
So webinars might be more efficient, hey, Māori?
But geez, I've got these for the next 3 months. That's
Era
when I
taunga
looked
tai
at the
whenua is very
timetable.
good at that.
I thought, oh my God, how do you squeeze this in?
Yeah.
There's a lovely phrase for that goes, "Ke rengi hea tonu hea I a kutaringa." Hey, it will always be resonating in my ear just how busy you are. That's acknowledged, absolutely acknowledged.
Ka pai. So we're happy to move the recommendations 1, 2 and 3, including 3.1 and 3.2.
Yep.
Moved by R.P. Robbins, seconded by,
It's be another area, not, we can't second up
oh,
his
probably
moved it.
best it come from one of our committee.
Oh, I'd rather another area, yeah, seconded.
Just to move this along, and given the position that
Māori
I've
committee would be
taken,
best, I think.
yeah, I will second it, but I'm going to watch with bated breath as to how this all falls.
Good. I'll be right beside you.
Sorry, Charles, I heard your name, but I think it was best that it came from the Māori committee, our tai whenua. So, seconded by Māori Apiti. Ooh, wada. Māori. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
Okay.
Carried. And we're running late now.
Yeah.
This paper with slight changes will be also in front of the Regional Planning Committee next week on the 15th.
Ka pai. Haere tonu, operational land asset policy.
Thank you.
Item number 12, it's Chris Stolly. You're going to lead this off, Chris? Ka pai.
Land asset, you're on mute.
Oh, you're on mute, Chris. You're on mute. Ka pai. And that's page 47, whānau.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. For some reason, I can see a desktop with a bunch of files. So I don't know if that's being shared because I find it hard to see the room. That's it. Awesome. Okay. So this land policy, just some opening remarks. It's pretty unusual to take our operational policies to council, and the intent of this policy is it is an operational policy for assisting staff in decision making around land, and that may be any surplus land that we may have from time to time, or in relation to a request, someone who would like some land that we currently have an interest in. So that's the first point. It is an operational policy and it's relatively unusual to take to council, and likewise unusual to take to the Māori committee. But it is of great interest, which is the reason we're sharing this policy for comment. So it's important to understand the sharing of this policy doesn't signal a major review of our land holdings or anything like that. It's simply acknowledging that staff don't have a policy framework for assessing requests, and it would be quite usual and normal for a council to have a decision-making framework and policy around its land holdings. So that's the purpose. And the reason we want to implement this now is we currently have four claims from 4 different tangata whenua situations, one in Parongaho, one in Ngātarewa, one in Waiheke and one in Ohiti. And some of those have been with us from 2018. And so by providing staff with a decision-making framework, we're able to work through each one of those requests. And we also from time to time get requests from people leasing some of our land, for example, about transferring that into ownership, and we've dealt with those in an ad hoc basis in the past as well. So, look, we feel there's a lot of benefits of having this. One is it identifies where there might be opportunities to partner with iwi and hapu and give connection to that land, and also make right some of the wrongs of the past, and it will help staff with working through that. So really, it's provided for your comment and hopefully your endorsement. There may be situations where any change in the land, interest in the land, or the way that land is managed may kick off our significance policy, and we talk about that in the report. There's a threshold there of around 100,000. So changing a leasee from one person to another won't, but disposing of significant land assets would, for example. So I've also provided a copy of that decision-making framework, which you can have a look through. Look, the purpose of this presentation wasn't to go through each of those decision points blow by blow, but quite happy to answer any questions on them, but really to show you how the policy would work. A request would come in, staff would work through that framework and develop a business case, and if there was a case for change, that case would be presented to council for their endorsement. That's effectively how the process would work. So with that, I guess happy to answer any questions or take any comments.
Māori.
Hey, kia ora, Chris. Oh, sorry. Yep.
What's all right? Here we go.
I just lost my train of thought for a moment. Two aspects, I guess, and I'll come back to the latter, which is the formation of the business plan and how you would investigate situations that were relevant to, say, and here's an example of that, and it's the disposal of assets that may have come through the Public Works Act. And that I know we had some issues with regards to a property that was the Rabbiters House up in the All Whāko blocks that then was taken by Public Works. It ended up with the central government, and then finally came down into the assets of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, or the Hawke's Bay, what was the old former name? The catchment. And of course there was legislation that guided the disposal, and I'm just thinking now whether or not, and it's a question that needs to reflect this, and I guess the notion of a business plan. If ever the situation did give rise that our property is of no further use to the council, and that it has come from a public works purchase, and that, of course, it came from the original Māori owners, in reference to this council holding that and saying to itself, well, it came from the coffers of government, we've referred back to them, regardless of whether it came from a Māori owner base. Would there be any sincerity? I mean, there's some legislation around this, which has got ourselves into trouble over the extent of its original ownership being acquired by the Crown and then passed on to the Regional Council. And the only requirement that Regional Council has is to go back to the previous owner, which was the Crown. And of course, the Crown might say, well, we'll leave that up to you guys. And then what happened in our particular case was it went out to market. Now, here's an example of this Rabbiters House. We put a bid in for it, $50,000, and we lost out because the other party that won the bid put $50,000 plus GST. But the principle of it all was it should have gone back as a conversation to the original owners. So, yep.
Guys, Māori, this is to address the issue that you raised. No question about that. Now, the Public Works Act, in my view, should have applied, and the terms in the case that you raised about the Rabbiters Hut. Mm-hmm. So the way it was acquired the first time, so if the Public Works Act was used, it should have then gone back to the original owners, regardless of the transaction from the Crown to the Regional Council. So, but there are other issues out there which haven't been addressed as well as it should do. This policy here is to address all of those wrongs as best we can. Now, the council owns quite a lot of property for various reasons, and I would say this policy will only apply to about 5% of it. So it's commercial property, it won't apply to it. There's property it has which will always need to keep because of river control and so on. But the genesis of this is several groups approached Rex and I about land which the council appeared to be doing little or nothing with. And just to give you one example of many, we were out the back of Roy's Hill, having a look at the place out there, and a person said to me, see those cattle on there? They have more rights on there than we do, and we are descendants of the original owners. What do you say to that? Well, I had no answer. So we can't address all of these as well, but we might be able to find another way in which we get a relationship, which people have access to land and utilise in whatever form it is, that helps to redress the wrongs. But the point at the moment is that people make approaches to the staff and there's no policy, there's no framework, no way of passaging it and making it make sense. So this is to open up a gateway and a passageway which we can assess this and work it out as to what we can do with our best interest in this. There are 4 particular pieces of land which are sitting there at the moment, probably more, but in essence, this is to be between the original owners and the council. We're not talking about intermediaries, not talking about some character who turns up in the middle of Hastings, has a bright idea one night, says, oh, I want to get all the council's land. No deal there. This is about the original owners and our relationship with them to redress as best we can some of the wrongs of the past in the best way we can. We can't do everything, but we can do some things. At least if we approach the conversation honestly, with openness about it, we might get to a better place than we are today. That's what this is about.
The second issue that I wanted to raise is in regards to that, Rick, and it's always about the devil in the detail as to who you do approach, and you've just described that. Chris didn't allude to that other than he would approach the community, and that's the drill down you've just described needs to happen.
Yeah, but and I would say the thing is uncontestable.
Uncontestable as well.
Yeah, that's right. So it's got to be uncontested so that you know, everybody around will know, and people will say, well, they are the original owners. And everyone will accept that's true. Once we get that, we know who we're dealing with.
Absolutely.
So it can't be contested, it can't be any. The council cannot put itself in a position of being a referee on this. So when the people come forward, so everybody.
That's the be aware.
You know, we're not doing that. You know, not doing that. But we can find, I'm absolutely certain there are groups who will be uncontested. Everyone will say, that's them.
Yeah.
And people will say, there was a wrong done there. And we'll all say, with this. And how can we fix it as best we can? We'll not be able to do everything, but we should be able to address it and be able to move forward.
Just to finish off, I thought I might have heard you make reference to the tai whenua as a part of that business plan kind of extension, you know, and really our role's not in there. It's the PSG. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure.
In the community. Yeah.
I'm not sure it's the PSG either. It could be the original hapu, the original families.
Yeah.
They said PSG should be decided. So it's who are the original owners? Absolutely. Who are the original people who are affected by it? People who know who they are.
Yep.
And when it's uncontested, we'll deal with them.
And the reason why I say that is someone has to jump in the middle to mediate and facilitate the discussion, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll sort it out.
No, same point I was making. Yeah. So, helpline.
Kia ora. I think a powerful statement in the purpose probably needs to be recognised as the third one down. This policy aligns with the strategic plan, in particular the desire to recognise the cultural connection and whakapapa of tangata whenua to land and water that brings with it an inseverable role of kaitiakitanga. So I haven't seen in our policy a statement like that, which I think is quite powerful. And in terms of one of the case studies or examples, which is at Waiōhiki, which I obviously have deep connections there with, and the original purpose for too much land taken was under the Public Works Act, and from Section 40 of the Public Works Act, it provides that where land is no longer required for public works and must be offered back to the persons from whom it was acquired or to their successor. So again, that re-emphasises actually you should go back to from that act, you should go back to the original owners, which are mana whenua in Waihaki's case.
Sorry, where did you read that one from? I might have not missed
Oh,
that.
sorry, I'm just reading from the act itself.
Okay.
Yeah. But it does talk about the public.
The original people, not the previous owners, eh?
Yeah.
No,
The original. Yeah.
The Genesis.
And I suppose just as an example with the Tai Whenui purchase Te Rere Tawhaki out of Paraiti, in regards to that was one of our cultural sites of significance, but we were in a position to repurchase that. So when I suppose I look at the concept that gives Māori the opportunity to those places of cultural significance, and we can work off the council to retain that or purchase or get that back. It's always a good thing when we get our land back, especially on past sites and those cultural significant sites, because sometimes we have to, as an example, we had to purchase that, and we did, but it brings back the mana of the whenua back to the people. So it is important if there's an opportunity to go through this process, as long as we don't, because I did notice when you look through the full document and the financial, as long as there's no financial implications in regards to the sale of disposal of the property, when we get to the fine print, the nuts and bolts stuff, and you're going to buy a property's going to be offered back, but then an economic overview comes over that. It's not in there, is there, Rick?
Well, no, there will be some economic implications, but where the council can, it will. That's what this is saying it's doing. At the moment, there is no pathway, no option. On the other side of it, there's another part of it which we haven't dealt with here, and that's the right of first refusal. And there's been some criticism of that, but my answer to that to a councillor was that that's another policy addition you can put on after this. So it doesn't need to be done today, but what does need to be done is, as I've said, there's 4 blocks of land which people have raised with us, and we've sat there for a long time. We have done nothing with it. And I know you shouldn't bring anecdotes to this, but Rex and I were sitting outside Cornucopia about 12 months ago, and we got set upon by a couple of people who'd been on the tour and said, "What have you guys done?" Well, I had to say we hadn't done much. So I mean, this is something I want to get done, because it's an outstanding issue. It should be addressed. Yes, there's limitations to it. It's not perfect, but it opens the door to get this issues resolved, and we can add to it as we go along. That's my go. I just want this thing started. At the moment, there's nowhere to go.
Well, good, it gives a pathway through policy.
Yeah.
I can't see anything wrong with
And
it.
you'll be able to make it as good as you like as time goes on. These things get bent and pushed around.
Living documents.
Yes.
Apai, Marama. So if someone wants to move the recommendations on page 49, there's recommendations 1, that we receive and consider the operational land asset policy staff report. Recommendation 2, the Māori Committee recommends that Hawke's Bay Regional Council agrees that the decisions to be made are not significant for that corridor. And 2.2 adopts the operational land asset policy as endorsed by the Māori Committee.
And I suppose just in addition, like if we go, like you said, those 4 parcels of land, it would be good, because I think they said there's only 5% of land in regional council that they may dispose of. It'd be good if those parcels of land, before, if you go through the process, that it's brought up in a committee meeting, so we're all aware.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure we'll all be
And it
aware of
happens.
No mistake about that.
Apai.
That's what if we can resolve the land at Waihaki's, it will be a great day, because it was done in a dreadful manner, and the High Court slammed its predecessor, the Catchment Board, for what it did, and even though it got slammed by the High Court, the Catchment Board carried on regardless. There is a wrong here that needs to be put right. So let's get on with it.
Maori ora.
So if we could have that in the policy, I suppose, that it's brought back to our Māori Committee, any disposal of those lands, and then we can say that, we were engaged, we were aware, and then...
It'll be brought forward to our,
Yeah,
to our
because
forum.
that'll just give us surety in the process and integrity in the process that, hey, land's just not disappeared and we didn't know anything about it and we didn't say anything at the time, so...
I won't be doing that.
Hey, that would be the only point on that one. Yep.
Happy to move?
I'll move it.
Happy to move, Peter. Seconded by Katarina. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. There you go, Mr. Barker, you can go catch your
I'm
plane.
going to knock off now. I've done my day's work. Job and finished.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
So we go back now to item 7, the Take Rea Poata Takiwa Taiwhenua Representatives Report. And also Roger left us about 10 minutes ago.
Line, but I think
Oh, okay, he's not feeling 100%. Okay. Okay then. So item 7. We'll go from Māori ki te raki. Go Whitehall first. You, Katarina.
Just before we go through reports, I just suppose I'd make a point in the reports, because when we look at some of the information that's coming through in the report, because some of those are workshops on their own, and to get through some of the kōrero that we're going to be going through, to give it, I suppose, for us to be diligent in going through some of the kōrero that's raised, it needs to be workshopped. We can't, we can't give it justice, because I read the reports and there's some really important information that we will not be able to really give it due diligence in regards to the information that's in the kōrero, and then it's impacting on all the other mahi that we're doing with Three Waters and that. So just I would sort of make that a point, because I read the report and there's some really good information in the report.
That's
Just say
especially
the
ahead of
committee
time.
aware and Peri, if we have to work, because we've got in our framework in regards to the charter, we've got opportunity to workshop. So if some of these big kōrero items come up, I'd recommend that we workshop some of the kōrero if it's a big kōrero.
Specifically the Heratanga one.
If we look at Heratanga and look at Mare's report and we look at some of the information in there, I've read it, but it took me a little bit more than this meeting to digest it. And then that, we talk about the Mohaka plan change and those other projects that we're doing, and that goes over into that mahi as well. So I'm just saying, but a good report, but I wouldn't be able to digest, give it due diligence during this.
And to be honest too as well, I know one or two of you have already read it, and you do rely on having to read reports, and it was just such a huge agenda pack. There were a lot of other important things too that were going on. I thought I might just kind of run a quick synopsis over this, because it would have ideally fitted ahead of all of the other major things, and I do agree with you in that we really should be putting some key items on controlling our agenda in order to put a microscope down, because there's a lot of shared learnings in amongst this that we're all looking as we start to kind of strategize, as we start to set our goals, our visions, and you base it on, oh God, look, they ran into a wall, or they were able to find a way and to facilitate this to get around, because fundamentally at the end of the day, it is about taking your people he waka eke no on the journey with you. And I think that's the premise of this. It takes a little bit longer. I do want to say it acknowledges the contribution made by Hawke's Bay Regional Council in the second part of number 2. We are where we are at based on what took place back way back in, I think, 2012. Andrew Newman was the GM then, and I think each of the Tai Whenua were discussing how best resource could enable their particular, situations be supported, and we were first off the rack, I think, Heratanga, and I can say we've carried on. We've arrived to today, and of course with the Ngāpau Mataraho, which was really central to the Ruatana for Water Storage Scheme, it has contributed, I guess, our own skin in the game. That's the first thing that I want to say. Respectfully, that while we had got a good resource of 150k from the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, we've probably put in double. So it really highlights the ability of those that are in, the space of having to resource themselves. And I do acknowledge that, we're pretty unique and don't make any loud whistle about that. But our own Tai Whenua, the tribal landscape has changed. With both the arrival of, hey, Matt, I guess to complete the full circle of those from Ngāti Pāhau Wera, 15 years ago, waiting for everybody else to catch up. And as we've gone through this, we've now got a new tribal leader. You know, the whole tribal landscape is changing, and it's also having to grip up the political reforms that are going on at the same time. So when I say we're busy, it's all of those dynamics and having to just get ourselves around, one in the first instance to create the trust and confidence back down on the ground with our own people in the first instance. And that way, I think through trust and confidence, you're able to give effect to things much more quicker. Just some highlights out of this. We changed the mode just out of the fact that we were in red, what do you call it, COVID. And so and of course, grateful to MFE under their Te Mana o Te Wai funding to progress the Ngāpau Matara Hau along the Tuki catchment. And we then, as we budgeted for that inside of the application, and boy, MFE are real hard sticklers on accountability and transparency when it comes to reporting, folks. We'll just be aware of that. Where instead of going to the marae as we had planned, we were now online. And of course, we didn't have no marae koha to give out, no manaki. But it was great having an online wānanga session for 2 days, 2.5 days, from 9 to 2 o'clock, first day, from 9 to about 4 o'clock the next day, and then from about 9 to 12 to wrap it up. I think I've got some of the numbers that are reflected in the report that I got in terms of who actively participated. And of course, I've been very fortunate with this fund to have the capability of the technical experts come in, but the conversation was really about listening to the voice of the community. And not only that, I think in the report it also highlights the gender groups and the age groups in this, which is really, really important if we look at parrying, and it's very central to my focus, which is about future succession. And the importance of where along a catchment, for example, it could be either the Wairō, the Mohaka, and you've got hapu influences right up and down from the mountains to the sea. In some cases, they're overlapped with each other and have shared responsibilities. This whole process in terms of having to work with or get to what we wanted, which was really about identifying, it's not an easy thing. We got thrown the hospital pass on this, I might add. It wasn't of our own device. It was people that were locked into the final negotiations of this RTS that came up and says, everyone's been talking about Māori. Here, let's get this going. And you go, hang on, that's a really difficult subject. But we've been able to work with it. And of course, we've been able to evolve cultural indicators from out of the whole conversation relative to each segment of the catchment in its continuum. And have that active participation from the hapu identifying their selected tohu, or whatever that may well be. Because what you get down at the front mouth of the river, don't even survive getting up to the first bridge, which is Red Bridge, which is 8 kilometres upstream. And it's totally different to the catchment, as we all know, and the science will tell us, to where the hinterlands and, of course, below the mountains. So there's differences in that. In doing this, we also start to have the conversation of Te Mana o Te Wai. So while we've got this as a very clear goal by which we want to develop these cultural indicators, and then we have this knowledge stored relative to where these po are associated along the awa. In the first instance, the whole purpose of this was to support the state of the environment reporting from a cultural perspective. Secondly, it was to evolve and develop our own mātauranga, and then wrap around that the IP that should be used, because in our experience, when you start to develop mātauranga and IP, it gets to be used and battered around by everybody else. So
You know what?
Data sovereignty is really, really important and how that's being used. Okay, so all of these things are emerging just out of this one project. Succession, IP, data sovereignty, and a new way to do things, and it complements the direction of the overall community and regional focus and collaboration, ideally, as an outcome. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I hope that you can have some reading around this. Kia ora.
Kia ora, mahara.
Oh, yeah, was it thing, but that's cool. You've done your report. Yeah, that's okay. I was just saying, and that was my. I suppose it started just with reports and some of that because I take a lot out of that report, and then we will look at the mōhaka, we look at the tūtai kiri, and the synergies that overlap into obviously to those catchments, and then if you've done some of the mahi, and I'm not just saying we would copy the mahi, but then obviously it's a starting point for our marae, our hapu to look at, say, hey, here's a document that's been done for Heretaunga, and there's some synergies that we may be able to share with our catchment. Hey, and it makes, we don't have to repeat recreate a document that some mahi's already been done if it adds value. So I just want to mention that, and it'd be good to get some more background out of a workshop with some of your experts in regards to the findings and that, and then how we can maybe able to use those for what we're trying to do. So, no, mate.
Any other kōrero? Point? Now I'll pass it over to Katarina. We're now over Heretaunga.
I'd just like to acknowledge your kaupapa kōrero there, Māori. I don't know if everyone else picked up on it, but I know what you were talking about, cultural health indexes and state of the environment, Māori monitoring. So the tautoko, the wānanga that how you motivated and got your people together, that's not an easy thing too, whānau. Wairo's doing something similar. Always has been.
Seen it.
So I have a little apology that I actually didn't get my written report in, so I'm giving a verbal report for Wairo today. So just an update is that the whole of Wairo and our settlement groups we're sitting together as a collective, a taiao collective, and working on our kāhui plans in the taiao. So we're at kāhui level, and that mahi is ticking along, but there's also a deadline too for that to be completed. So whilst that is happening, yes, the kotahi plan is going around as well through, I've been tabling every month at the Tai Whenua, what's the kotahi plan. We've also had some visits, thank you very much, from the staff. Also to Wairama has been to visit with her staff and crew, and also to the Taiao committee, so that's awesome. So we're also meeting on our own as marae, talking about te mana o te wai and what that means to us. We know that we've got more wānanga to hold. We're looking forward to it. And at the moment in Wairo, we're actually going to each other's wānanga. So that's a good thing, just to see what's happening. And because there is 7 separate kāhui that makes up tātou. So for me, Katarina, if I want to know all about the taiao and Wairo, I'll go to all 7 hui to like join the dots and to also help feed. And that's where we're at the moment. So the next huge thing that's happened in Wairo is there's a little bit of capacity pūtea that, thanks to culture and heritage, we're able to go out there and capture some mātauranga Māori amongst marae from the grassroots people. So there's a little bit of funding and excitement out there in the air to actually go out there and wānanga amongst your own people. Like, who are we? What is your hapu? And how are we connected? And the big picture stuff. So just letting you know, there's something happening at marae level, regional level, kāhui level, and then at this level, at our Tai Whenua level. Because for me to even sit here, I've gone through 4 committees to even get here. So I'm mandated here by 9 marae, onto the Tai Whenua, at the Tai Whenua, I would bid for a portfolio, and that was the taiao. And then from there, I get here. So that's my connection back to here, and my footprint and fingerprint back to my people. So another interesting community project that's happening at the moment is the Restorative Justice team has come to visit Wairoa, and it's in regards to AFCO, an AFCO discharge. Thank you, whoever made that happen. Whoever made that happen to include our community into the restorative justice of a big company that no one wants to take on because that's an important economics for our community. But there are some wrongs that have to be corrected, especially when it comes to taiao. And so I thank you for that opportunity. So Michelle and I, we're both tapped on the shoulder to engage with our community. It's in regards to several breaches by AFCO. Somebody got really ill over that incident. And so we've gone back to Wakaama, the yacht club, the people, the rangatahi. We've had a community engagement just last week. We held that hui in confidence. Some 30 people of the community were invited to contribute to the kōrero, find out what was happening. We were also able to contribute to, well, what kind of punishment should we hand out to AFCO? Besides,
and that would be my question, because Regional Council is responsible for compliance, so what are they doing about it? Are they doing their job? I'm just saying that because it's water quality, and that's their job, to compliance. So I'd be saying to the Regional Council, well, what are you doing? You need to do your job properly, because the same thing's happened in Ahuriri, and that's what whānau saying to us, well, what is Regional? You sit on the board, what are you doing about it? Hey, so I'm just saying the kōrero, that's kōrero I get. Well, hey, what are you doing? The council should be prosecuted. I know we've had the conversation before, but if that's a recent example, still happening, and that's why our people, when we talk about three waters, when we say, hey, we're going to get better buck for working with the government, that's why our whānau are heading our hapu are going to supporting the three waters through the Crown, not through council. I'm just saying, I'm just giving an example because there's a live example right
It's through prosecution.
I don't know if this has ever happened before either. If this has ever happened that they've approached a community to address, well, what do you want as a community? Besides a legitimate, honest apology, we'd like to see for what they have denied us in the past, because we've actually been a part of their community engagement group every year for I don't know how long, including Adrian Manuel that used to sit at this table for 9 years, that he was a part of that group of engagement with AFCO, and to finally find some detail and that they admitted that they're guilty. So that's the first thing. One, they admitted that they're guilty. That's awesome. Thank you. And we don't want to just see them get a fine and then goodbye. We actually want them to now you live in our community. Well, who's going to fix up our lagoon? Who's going to contribute to this? So we put together a few recommendations together, and we shared these recommendations with the community. What do you think, community? What do you think? So we came up with a whole list. The Restorative Justice team is going to go back to AFCO, sit down with AFCO separately, show them the recommendations. Do you accept those recommendations? And then we're going to get together, both AFCO and the community, before Judge Martanga gets the old bang. And because we think that we could take AFCO on a journey. Educate our people. Oh God, somebody could get a master's out of it. So we also want them to contribute as a polluter to a Matangira restoration plan, which could also help our regional plan in the future. Along with, because we're talking about Te Mana o Te Wai, Te Māori o Te Wai, also we'll look at some kind of monitoring program alongside with AFCO or with Tallies, with their whole management team, similar to what was proposed for the Wairoa wastewater, where a whole team also submitted against them when it came to applying for their discharge consent. So we also know that AFCO is also applying for their next lot of consenting consent. So this is a chance for them to sort of sit down with the community, walk with us, plan with us, and live with us, because they're going to stay, right? They're staying. So we really want some positive outcome for the community, and that's the restoration of our wetlands.
So just to explain to you, but we wrote the cultural impact assessment. We weren't allowed to talk about it because it's in court. Now restorative justice have come in and met with us, and we bring in the community. We've had that kōrero. So yeah, and it's Judge Martinga has asked that there's a mediation between the community and FCO. And so we're going to that hui with, it's about the conversation needs to go to, other than the person who got mawiri, the conversation needs to go to the awa, to the wetlands, to the repo. The repo have had decades of abuse from our Wairoa District Council wastewater and FCO. And I know we always get thrown, ratepayers can't afford it, and the other kōrero is you're going to put people out of jobs. We're not going to put people out of jobs. It's about times need to change. Discharging into our wai is degrading the Māori. And Te Manu o Te Wai makes that very clear. So our kōrero to AFCO is going to be that everything needs to change. Your discharge consent is coming up. Get ready to put it to the land because that's where we're going. Because already it's been set by the wastewater consent, all the, what's the names? The conditions of their consent. So yeah, it's really cool to be asked instead of just told. And the community are up behind me and Katarina attending that hui. So yeah, there's the avenue. They were doing their job, and we get to sort of pass the judgment really.
Yeah, and that gives, when you talk about, we just finished going through Kotahi plan, and Mare brought up, and we talk about discharges and that. So to be effective as governance in our roles, we need to make sure we're meeting when we have environmental pollution within the environment. We need to step up, and then what are we doing as a committee to make sure that's been addressed? Because I think there's been several discharges through tallies into the Wairoa River, and then if it's like anything, if you keep continuing on doing that, well, when do you say stop?
It's just you just got to get on top of it, and Te Mana o Te Wai is the game changer. I always keep on saying that. And if you look at the template that we put together for our wastewater conditions, we're right in there. We're monitoring them. We're watching what they're doing. We're making sure that they're going to meet those the conditions. So, yeah, again, never a dull moment back home.
And just in final saying is that these community meetings, we get bombarded with 60 pages on the day. We don't get a site visit. We will not get a list of the poisons that go into the river. We see that there's a fish painted on the floor. So we want to know, well, where's this pond that this water is going into? So all of that's been denied us. And when we see exceedances, it's from like 2018 and 2019. So it scares us, well, where's 21 and 22? So to have this kind of opportunity right now is awesome. So thank you.
Yeah. Kia ora.
So just as an extra point, Yari, with James, obviously, so what's that discharge, and then they've gone through that formal process, and there's Judge Martinga presiding over the process, and then obviously the court will made recommendations, and then I just wonder whether the regional role the regional council sort of play in the framework and the decision making in regards to the penalty and the restorative justice part of the process. If it's HBRC policy to implement that process.
Yeah, so look, I just want to pay tribute to Katarina and Michelle in terms of your collaboration with us in this process. I think we're breaking new ground about ways in which we work with mana whenua in the context of enforcement and prosecution. So obviously we took the prosecution and commissioned the CIA, but ultimately we want to be led by the community in place about what is an appropriate restorative way of addressing the offending. And in this case, we're very much taking your lead in terms of what is an appropriate package of restorative measures, and will very much support that. I understand it's sort of sitting really waiting for your sign off at this point, and then we'll swing in behind in support of that. But I think it provides a template for us approaching significant enforcement events in the future, and doing those very much in partnership with mana whenua. So, yeah, I hope we've broken some ground here for a way of doing things. I mean, look, ultimately, you know, our while we've significantly increased our compliance capability, you know, we have compliance officers operating out of Dalton Street in Napier. The community that's affected by this sort of offending is the community that matters, and there's only so much we can do in terms of bringing that local context. And I think the powerful thing in this case is having your voice speak on behalf of the community and the taio in a way that, you know, we could never do. So yeah, I think as we look at significant enforcement action taken in the future in other parts of the region, there's an opportunity to partner with mana whenua over how we right the wrongs and take the point that there is a reconsenting process coming up. And again, what we'd want to do is work in partnership with you and the consent applicant around that, you know, next phase of the journey they're going on. So yeah, I just think we're working together in a far more constructive and substantive way than we have previously, and that's great.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, well, I don't look forward to another one, but but CIAs are interesting, and you know, yourself, Māori, they help to educate also the polluter. You know, like we've just done a CIA for discharge, and we sat down with the owner and we talked about, you know, how we can mitigate these things and work together, and he got it. You know, so it's about yeah, not more of the same. We're changing the pathway, and you know, it's cool. So there's hope, Peter.
I know.
And with that, I'll pass it on to you.
Yeah, no,
We're
I just
getting
want to
to smoker at 3:30.
I want to just talk that corridor, and then obviously it's gone for a court process with the judge, and then obviously he's made recommend. So that from a justice perspective, I suppose that sets up the template as well. If a judge is making a decision and
cool.
making recommendations, then obviously that sets up case law for other examples of, say, for ahuriri, if we have discharge in there, then you've set a template or model that potentially we could all work with, and that sort of said we were talking about.
And then you feel you've been listened to, you know?
Yeah,
so
awesome.
It's a cool kaupapa. Yeah.
Api, do you want to do the report? Do you want me
Api?
to? No, okay. Okay, and I'll just brief through, and again, the challenges with COVID, and then obviously we just highlighted the point with our marae from the economic perspective, because a lot of our marae have had to cancel bookings. So for the last two plus years, they've gone through no financial income coming into the marae, or very limited. So they are struggling. Yeah, and the government look at setting up policies to support businesses, but when you look at our marae that provide a huge community service, very limited support. So all our marae are struggling across our region in regards to, because they've still got outgoings like power, rent, insurances, whatever they've got going. So they've got fixed costs. So I thought I'd just highlight that point, because I think that'd be, on a national basis, that would go through every marae in the country. Their incomes, and they've struggled as it was, but especially over the COVID period, just to make everyone aware. And just the incident that happened at Havelock North in Moko Kauai with I know Tai Whenua went out there and they had a lovely community day the following week, just to support the tāmoko and the relevance of that, and it was good to get the Havelock North community behind that event and support from different agencies, because it just demonstrates that racism in any form is not tolerated. And then as a committee or as a member of our Tai Whenua, we don't support that. So whether it's ignorance or whatever it is, I suppose we've just got to say that the community does not support that. So it was good Te Whangana also went out and was a part of that lovely day with all the rangatahi and different whānau there turned up, and I think they've done some tāmoko on people's faces as well, so it was just a good community day. just coming down, and it was just a declaration with Te Whanganui 2 years ago. We put an objection to submission and went through the submission process in regards to the development of the mission development up on the hills. You know, the 500 at that stage is 1,000 homes going up now, and I know there's been some, I know why Hickey put in an objection or done a CIA, we done a CIA. So just in regards to the development and the cultural impact in regards to that development that's been proposed, and it's most surely going to happen in the future, then the Tai Whenua is working through with the developer in regards to that development that's going to happen over the next 2-3 years. And it's about looking at what cultural impact that we can have on that development as Te Whanganui Aotearoa. Three Waters planning, and Api, do you want to talk about that? Just that incident happened at Ruahapia?
Yeah, I did read about that incident about the tuna, and I haven't heard anything what's come from it, James. About the eagles found dead in the Ruahapia stream.
Katrina is online. It is subject to an investigation, and I'm not sure what we're at liberty to disclose at this point because it may be subject to prosecution.
And it just
Do you want me to speak to that just quickly?
Yes,
James is correct. It is still being investigated, and there's not too much we can say. We have had tests back from the eels and freshwater samples that haven't given us any conclusive evidence that we could use in a prosecution. So we are doing further investigations, which is why I can't say any more than that.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's just what we needed to highlight because it was out by the marae, and you got the Karamu stream, and I know Rex, it was always about the eels, and then the previous event a few years ago when the regional council dug up that, we had all those eels, so it's making sure that we're following up in regards to key points that affect Māori and the tonas, obviously, in that area around the Ruahapia is important taonga for the whānau.
Through you, Chair, can I just add that we are working really closely with Hastings District Council on that matter, and they also are doing investigations for us, so we're taking a joint approach on that one as well.
Great. And this, obviously, just a point I've got on the biodiversity team, and I think we've got something I can talk to that at the end, just in minor items.
Yeah.
And just in regards to Jobs for Nature and projects that are being undertaken in those areas, and then how we build capacity with mana whenua to obviously work in those areas. And so just looking at those partnerships, because obviously that's an arm of the regional council when you're working in the taio, we've got whānau working on our whenua. How do we build capacity and develop that capacity within the Hawke's Bay Regional Council to achieve some of their aims? Because we're working the tile, they're doing pest control, they're doing water management, they're doing a lot of those activities. So it's how do we build value? So just asking the question, the Tai Whenua is obviously doing a lot of work in Ahuriri around the lagoon area. So it'd be interesting to look at, and we have talked to the project manager that said, there's been some support for some traps. So how do we add more capacity and work with the regional council to develop those partnerships? And there's several others going on around the region. Just with the green, so the Te Whanganui Aotearoa now is based at the Green Hub, and there is a Rose will talk.
Yes, on the 5th, we've just actually got a new building, which is our wellbeing building for the Tai Whenua. We're opening it on the 15th at 9 a.m. And that's just for our wellbeing and some of our program for our wahine order to be taking place. So that's on the 15th.
So that's an invitation if anyone wants to attend, and then that's the Taifena's expanded where we had two buildings, one in Ahuriri by the
still there?
iPod. No, we've
Oh,
moved out of that and we've
Yeah.
just consolidated next
Nice.
to the MSD and the Green Hub.
Yep.
So we're running all our projects, all our activities, our offices, it's all based there now. So you're all invited if anyone wants to attend.
RSVPs,
Yep, that's an invitation to attend the opening of that building.
I thought it was 8.
Awesome.
And just, I suppose, it was just an acknowledgement to Ngāhiwi, and we just want to acknowledge the mahi that he's done over the last 26 years for Ngāti Kahungunu. And we all know he's in this governance room. We know how strenuous and how demanding our whānau can be. So to weather the storm in the last 26 years, we just wanted to acknowledge the mahi that he's done while he was chair. And I know Baden was meant to come in today, but also recognise Baden. Obviously, he's in the role now, and to acknowledge his new leadership that he's going to do on behalf of Ngāti Kahungunu and our Tai Whenua. So we just thought it was good to pass that acknowledgement on and recognise ngā iwi. So ngā mihi, ngā iwi. And just the passing of Hugh or Hunky Tariha. No doubt if some of you walk over with Tātara and then the Pau and scattered through Ahuriri, just his contribution to our community over his lifetime, Master Carver. We just thought it was he done some awesome mahi and just acknowledges passing. So, ngā mihi, that's me. Thank you.
I just add something to our report. And it's, it's to do with kotahi, our plan. And I don't want to come back here in 2 months' time when we're talking about the same thing. I think, we need to be proactive and start planning. And so what I'm suggesting to our Māori committee, let's start doing that. Let's not wait for 2 months' time. Let's find a date to get together. And whether it's here or somewhere else, let's do it. Because we need to start putting our ideas together. So then when we do come back to our next Māori hui, we have something. We have something, hey, we've got some ideas here. And if you guys are happy with it, then we can take it out to our whānau and see how they feel about it. Because I just think it's just going to be a waste of time. 2 months' time, we come back and we're talking about the same stuff.
I absolutely acknowledge that. Thank you. I say that on behalf of our planning team, Katrina's group. They would welcome proactivity in that opportunity. Thank you.
And just one other point, I just forgot to mention about the Stop Bank, the Tūtaukiri, thank you. They've contacted Annie about the development and for Mōtio Marae heading up the Tūtaukiri just around the corridor. So, yeah, we passed that in a committee meeting and someone asked, hey, what are you doing? And I said, I'll pass that back. So thanks, Piari, that's contact's been made. Thank you.
Kia ora, Peter. Any other corridor? Ka pai? I think Roger's not with us anymore. Oh, he's left. Okay, so that's our tamatea whānau representative, I think he's Māori, so that completes our report. So if I could get someone to move that our committee receives the
Yeah, I'll move it.
take rupota, takiwa. Moved by Peter, seconded by Api. Robin, all in favour say aye. Aye.
Chair, just on behalf of the council and its staff, our CE, just to thank you for all the mahi that you're doing in each of our tai whenua. Ka nui te mihi ki o koutou. Kia ora tae te kupu. Kia ora tāna.
Okay, so we are nearly about to, we're at 3:25. So we're supposed to have a morning tea break. I think it's ready, eh? We'll just have a 5-minute afternoon. Oh, see? My mind's scrambled. We'll have a 5-minute break if you need to go to the restroom. Grab you a cup of tea and come back to the table and we'll get back into it. Aroha mai. We've got the item 13, the water security program with, who's that with?
Tom, Erin, and
Tom, Erin, and Amanda. And then, yeah. Then it's the 3D. There's a lot on, Nathan. There's a 3D and then just the remaining items there. So, kia ora, reconvene in 5 minutes. Bring your coffee to your table. Tom? Regional Water Security Program, item number 13, page 93.
Rightio. Kia ora koutou, everybody.
Kia ora, Tom. Kia ora, Erin.
Sure who we've got, you never know nowadays, but to everyone in the room and everyone outside the room, look, thanks for the invitation. I think we've been in front of your committee. This may be our third or fourth time that we've been out there, but just all conscious that Michelle's also been part of some workshops we've been having in council, and so there's a bit of a disparity in what we're doing and things like that. So always a great opportunity to come and talk about what we're doing and why we're doing it, probably more importantly. But just to introduce Erin Hartford-Wright, who some of you may or may not know. Erin's supporting me in the program. Erin doesn't work for Regional Council, but she's supporting the program. And possibly she may appear behind us at some stage, Amanda Langley, who lives in Central Hawke's Bay.
She's in the lobby.
Is also supporting the program from the get-go. So that's pretty much almost the entire team.
Yes, she is. She's on. She's on.
She's on.
Yeah, well, she was.
She's figured out that if you turn your camera on, that you actually become larger than life. And so there she goes. And so, look, conscious of time, so we'll rip through and leave some time for some questions and things like that. So on our agenda, a little update on where we are with this project called the Regional Water Assessment, and kind of ask a sort of a high-level question of this committee, kind of, what sort of future do we want for the region, and what do we get there? Because when we're talking about water security, we're talking, water is a very complex discussion, and I think Māori gave a sense of the, complexity and, of everything that's going on, and the relentlessness and all the moving parts, and the water security part is really, quite a simple question, is, have we got enough water, and if we haven't, what are we going to do about it? And so the Regional Water Security Program is a joint program between, I've given you this information before, Hawke's Bay Regional Council, which has some funding set aside to look at this issue, and what was known as the Provincial Growth Fund, now known as Kanoa, also agreed that this was a very important conversation for the region, and so they've supported it too. And so our byline for the program is that Hawke's Bay has long-term, climate resilient and secure supplies of fresh water for all, and so that you've seen that before. Part of the project, and we can touch on the different aspects of the program, is this thing called the Regional Water Assessment, which again just asks some high-level questions. How much water are we using now? Who's using it? How might we use it in the future? How might that change of water use in the future? How likely is it, and how is climate change going to impact that equation? How can we better manage demand? Because we know that demand management is going to be compulsory. It has to be, that is the one lever that we know that we can pull and must pull. And then what, if any, options do we have to increase the supply of water? And so that's sort of regional water assessment is kind of asking those sorts of questions. And so we kind of know that from the work that's been done in the in Tukitoki, and the work that's been done through the tank plan change and things like that. So our starting point is that there's not really any water to give, and so we start off at the point where there is no more water. So there's and so that's the starting point. We also know that with climate change that we're likely to see the supply of water either decline or become more volatile and more difficult to access. And that's and we can talk about that a little bit more, but that's the story of climate change. And we sort of know from history that there's always going to be a relentless pressure on demand. We seem to always want, as the region grows, it gets hotter, there's always this pressure on water. And so we sort of begin to know if we start at a point where we know maybe best case scenario we're at an equilibrium, and many would argue that we're not, the direction from there is not looking good. What do we find? These are some provisional figures that we found, when we dug into the data. There'll be another version of the report coming through soon, which will just sort of finesse these numbers a little bit. But in the 1920 year, which was a very dry year, you remember, across the region, we pulled about 161 million cubic metres of water out of the system, either from surface takes or from groundwater takes. We know that, and if we look forward, we could probably reasonably project that, by 2040 that the region might want to pull, another 32 million cubic metres of water out of the system, and pushing out to 2060, potentially another, a total of 45 million cubic metres. So when you consider that we're actually starting from a point where there's no more water to give, we just know that we've got a system that's under a lot of pressure. Okay. And so when we made these projections, we made no projections or no assumptions around increasing irrigation area, because we said, well, there's no more water to irrigate. And so this really just reflects on sort of plant demand, water demand, and population growth, and and general economic activity, and sort of driving these numbers forward. Look, no surprises where most of that water's going. I think these are numbers that you see all around the world. So, and sorry, Peter, the presentation we're giving is not going to perfectly match your notes in front of there. So if you mightn't be on the wrong page. We jig things around a little bit. Agriculture, irrigation using well over half the water across the region. Town supply. Using the next big chunk, and then manufacturing and processing is the next big chunk after that. And I want you to remember that, because this goes to the heart of Te Manaroto. And so this is this brings in kotahi, because these are the incredibly challenging conversations the community's going to have. Look, there's a number in there for electricity. That's the Waikaremoana petrol station, power station. That water, that water. We treat it as it does come out, but it also goes straight back in. So we hope that. So some interesting numbers, and we know nothing's static, and we know we're starting off from a difficult point to start with, and we know that climate change is going to have a big impact on Hawke's Bay, and on the east coast of both islands, but Hawke's Bay is particularly affected. We know that the Tukituki River is, under some NIWA projections, to be the most affected river by climate change in terms of average river flows. And so we see some, projections that sort of just highlight, how much more difficult it's going to become, and how much more intense, the pressure is going to be on the resource. And so then we come to, another thing that's changing in the future, or it's not changing in the future, it's changing right now, or in fact it has changed, and this is, the government regulation around Te Manaroto. And so I don't want to go back and traverse all the conversations you've had around kotahi, but I mean, kotahi's one of its jobs is to deliver on Te Manaroto, and so that hence the incredibly, importance of the discussions you were having with, as yourselves and the Regional Planning Committee around how we do that. But we wind back to those numbers, we talked about where's all the water going, there's some, and again, without wanting to preempt, because it's not the job of our project to try and figure out what does Te Manaroto mean or things like that. We're just going to have to, we're just conscious of it, and we're conscious of the implication, and obviously one of the implications is that there's a hierarchy for access to water, and the hierarchy first is to the environment, and that's got to be resolved as to how you come up with that number. Then the second priority is access for human health, and so that's and mostly in part the municipal supplies. How do they make sure that they've got enough water for people, and it's for human health. And so there's a is it for lawns? We don't know, and so these are all the complex things that are going to come at you as you watch kotahi follow through the system. And finally, the third tier, and what is now the lowest hierarchy of water, is what we tend to call extractive use, and that's use of water for for community, for other community uses, sometimes other cultural uses, certainly for extractive uses related to the economy. And so the reason I've we've represented this in the bucket is that the way I read Te Manaroto is that means that this bucket empties from the top, right? And if there's less water, you don't take the water out of the bottom of the bucket, the water comes down from the top. And so as we have to make decisions and deliver on that hierarchy, there is just less water available for those extractive uses in a completely supply-constrained world. And so those are some of the very challenging community conversations and political conversations that are going to need to be had around, what is the implementation of Te Manawa Tuana. And so, as a result, Hawke's Bay is going to have to, is going to have to choose some roads to go down, and the roads that sort of, support the environment, support the communities, and support the economy. And again, they say this is the tricky work of kotahi. And so, what I kind of want to touch on initially is not so much, what it is that we're doing in the program, but it is kind of, what are the mindsets that we have to choose with? Because, and I really enjoyed Mare's report, that was your report, wasn't it, in terms of things like that? And it spoke to just how difficult this is. And it spoke to how complicated it is. And I'm sure, bits that probably flew over my head, Mare, how far back we've come from, for these things, and how difficult it is to navigate, and how, we're obviously pretty good at tripping over ourselves sometimes and getting off to bad starts. But I do feel, in terms of when you look at the numbers and look at where we're starting, the region is a little bit of a crossroads, or, does come to a fork in the road. And these are not our terms, these are terms that have been sort of bandying around, a lot at the moment. But it seems to me we need to figure out what's our mindset as we approach this problem, and we attack the enormity of what water security is. And water security is just a subset of kotahi, right? Because water security is not tackling water quality, but it's tackling a big part of it, because quantity is related to quality and things like that. And I suppose we can choose, pessimism. We can choose, a mindset of scarcity, which is like, it's fixed, and we're going to have to fight over who gets it and things like that, and and the risk of decline that comes with it. Or we can choose, and I suppose this is the view that I take, because I do find this, this work is very hard and it is very complex. I think you've got to take it. My preference is that we take an approach of optimism. We think in terms of abundance, and abundance is not just about creating more, but sharing and fairness. And we also need to think in terms of regeneration, in terms of, how do we do things better, and how do we do things more sustainably, and things like that. So those are sort of the themes that we're sort of approaching our work with. And the reason I say that in terms of, so I'm now just going to spend a short time talking about what we are actually doing. And so, we obviously want to involve and collaborate and empower with mana whenua to ensure that, the Māori of the waterways are strong. And we're always seeking opportunities, in many cases are, working with this committee, the Regional Planning Committee, Tai Whenua. We've had engagements with the Tai Whenua, with the PSGEs, the settlement groups, and affected marae. We've been on a lot of marae lately, and having engagements. Again, very, very difficult, and they're all very conscious of the work that, that these committees are having to do here. Provide updates, offer to hold hui, share information. We talked about, a big discussion around the broader benefits of cultural impact assessments, and how they need to sort of lead the conversation as opposed to tack on at the end of the conversation. And certainly in Central Hawke's Bay, we were looking at a project around managed aquifer recharge. We've been in a very long process, and it's a very patient process, but it's been a very rewarding process around, developing those relationships and the conversation around a cultural impact assessment that can sit alongside a consent application. And certainly, I think that if it comes to a conversation, because in many respects the conversation has been rolling around Central Hawke's Bay for many years has moving to Heretatonga. Okay, and we're under no illusions as to how complicated that conversation, how challenging that conversation is going to be in Heretatonga. So we're electing to lead at this end, and so that and so we do that with a degree of optimism, because we think people are in solutions mode. An example of managed aquifer, the managed aquifer recharge pilot, which we've talked about a number of times at this committee about what we're doing down there. We've worked very closely with mana whenua down there. We've held multiple hui down there, and I think, is it the new term?
Zoe.
Zoe, is that, everyone understands. I said to Erin, you've made a spelling mistake, but it turns out I'm just too old. We've had a really good weekend site visits down there, really supporting the development of a cultural impact assessment. There's some great conversations there. And then, what we, want to lead with in terms of, and again, thinking where Te Manaro Te Wai is going in terms of the requirement for there to be very strong Moturonga Māori and cultural monitoring, making sure that if that project does survive its consent process, that there's a very strong and well-resourced, cultural monitoring program that sits alongside that, because the Aquifer Recharge project really is about monitoring. It's understanding the effects of something before you decide whether you want to scale it up. So when I think about in terms of abundance, we are talking about supply, and we know the history of supply solutions in Hawke's Bay. It's it will be a big topic, and there's some strong views around that. But what we're trying to do is we're not taking it for granted that there are more supply solutions. So we're doing investigations to figure out, is there a way to, and it's not to absolutely increase the supply, but really capture that winter water and move it so that it's available in the summer. Because part of our regional assessment, demonstrates that, Hawke's Bay actually has a huge amount of water. We just don't have it at the right time. And there's that pinch, and it's managing that pinch. And so there's a huge amount of water that, that falls on the region from the gods. And it's just, can we move that around? And so we're looking at water storage solutions in the Hiratonga catchment, above ground water storage solutions. And again, we're just trying to figure out, do they exist? Because there's no point having a big conversation if they can't be built. And so that tends to be incredibly technical work, and involve a lot of landowners and a lot of other issues. And in Central Hawke's Bay, we're looking at aquifer recharge as a way of sort of increasing the system. And then in terms of regeneration, Regional Council has got a separate, and a significant, amount of money. And again, part of, the Kotahi conversation, how do we manage the water that we've got better? How do we manage that more fairly? How do we get, broader access to it? To the extent that there's water savings, what do we do with those water savings? How can they be, shared better? And so these are, and that can be from working with industry to reduce the amount of water they're using. Certainly, there's always work that needs to be done with irrigators to reduce the amount of water that they're using, alternative land use approaches and sort of regenerative farming practices. These are all the things that, need to be investigated and, things like that, so that, again, when you as decision makers are sort of setting the rule framework for how we're going to think about our water well into the future, know that we've looked at every lever and under every stone to figure out how can you do that holistically, and and move it away from a conversation where it's just like, well, this is the fixed box, and and there's going to be a scrap over it. So, but if we don't find any supply solutions, then that's probably where we'll end up. And so, just trying to rattle through here, how do we get there? I can now pass over to Erin, who's been waiting patiently.
So there's quite a lot of messaging around this. We want to highlight this water security issue to the community, but we need to do that in the right way, and we need to do it in alignment with all of the other conversations that are going on around water more broadly, but also the conversations that are happening within Regional Council. So this diagram shows the pieces of work. So on the hard left, we've got the regional water assessment, and there will be a summary that comes out of that so that we can share with the community the information that you've seen today and more. Then there's the particular projects that sit under the Regional Water Security program, and that's the supply projects that we've talked about, but also the demand reduction business cases that we're also working on at the same time. So we're working on supply and we're working on reducing demand, and both of those will have discrete information that will come out from those, and all of those will inform the Kotahi process that's happening within Regional Council, and that will have its own communications channels. So it's probably just setting the context for where all of that sits, and how we'll talk about that in the community. So we wanted to be really clear about what the Regional Water Security Program is and what it isn't. And our job is to highlight how important water security is to our region and some of the issues that could come out of that if we don't address that really well. And that will have a dedicated communications and engagement around what is happening within the particular work streams, like you've just seen in that diagram. I think what we wanted to be really clear about was what it isn't, and that is about setting the agenda for Regional Council and how it responds to Te Mana o Te Wai, which is definitely in that kotahi space. And also it is not about setting a partnership model for Regional Council and mana whenua, or determining Māori water rights and interests. So it's a program that's going to inform a whole lot of discussions, but it's not leading those. So a huge part of this process is engagement directly with people who are affected in the community, with the people who are have most interest in this. And then at the very tippy top of that iceberg is the discussions at a public level. So most of the discussions that we're having are sort of kanohi ki te kanohi. They're not sort of big campaigns. So if you're not seeing a huge amount out in the sort of broader marketing world, that's because there's a lot happening below the water. So just wanted to put that in context for you as well. So what's going to happen? We are hoping that this conversation will build over time and that we can give you the resources to have the conversations with your communities. We are obviously working on those investigations for supply and storage options, investigating demand reduction. So there's a separate piece of work which has its own funding stream, working directly with councils and with industry leaders who use the most water to look at how they use water and what can be done to reduce that. We're making sure that water security is definitely part of the kotahi conversation. It's very important that the community understands what's at stake, and just generally raising public awareness around water security through our own communication channels. So what's next? The kotahi plan change is that's something that this program will inform. Out of that, we hope there will be a long-term plan that deals with demand reduction, and then there'll be consultation and decisions on water supply options further down the track. Back to you.
So we're really happy to take questions. I mean, I just hope that the takeaways are is that and again, I mean, going back to the Māori's point, we're not trying to add another lane on to something. We just want to make sure it sits within the lane of the broader thing. So you're not sitting there saying you're not going to hit us with another thing. So we'll try and get that one out of the way early, shall we, Māori? But we'll just thank you for your time, and we're happy to take any questions.
Yeah, I've got a question. Oh, sorry.
Go.
Mine's around demand and supply. I think Ngaio Tuka's brought it up over many a hui when he discusses, say, if you've got a litre, but you're using 2 litres, and I've seen your mitigation in that, but with the current consents that are out there, you just can't meet the demand. So, and then I just look at all the new subdivisions and all the new water users going up within our communities, and as we build, we've got housing shortages and we've got global warming and all that. And the solutions you put forward are great. There may be long-term potential solutions, but for the short term, and I suppose the effect for the community is, you turn your tap on at the moment and water comes out. What happens when, and I think it's been happening throughout the country, you turn your tap on, no water comes out, and then you've got to look at alternative supplies, because that's when it really, I suppose, hurts the community, when you can't get any water out of the tap. So long term, those are solutions, but short term, it just seems, can we get there in that short span with the current developments that are happening within our region that's going to suck up that water supply with the building consents that's been approved, and then how do we address, water supply, say, in those developments or private homes, say, there's no bladder systems in the roofs or anything like that to give us alternative methods to storage, and it didn't sort of cover it in your corridor here?
Yeah. And so there's a lot of detail in that, and we don't want to, and I'm really happy to have the discussion. Really happy to come and talk to anyone about this. And I don't want to, it's more Katrina's area, but the city councils who have, they have very long-term consents, because you've got to be really careful that you don't just, live incrementally or short-term and then, run out of water. So they have very long-term consents, and they provide very detailed plans around, how they manage their water use within their consents. So when you see those developments and things like that, they're not taking more water from the system. They're just effectively operating within those consent frameworks, because they have growth projections in there. And again, that sort of comes back to that second priority of water, is that it's really important that we prioritise the communities and human use of water, and so that's just to give people some assurance that we're not about to the cities aren't about to turn their taps off, and that's where Hawke's Bay doesn't want to go. In terms of all the demand things, I mean, there are a heap of things we can do on the demand side, and what we want to make sure we do is we sort of develop, find the best ones, the low-hanging fruit, and present those to you as decision makers. There's examples, places where you install water meters in towns, you'll see water use drop just simply by the fact that people are now aware of how their water is. But for some people, they don't really like the thought of water meters. And so again, a lot of these will come back to a political calculus and come back to the decisions and the things that you're going to have to weigh up when you were thinking about those Kotahi rules.
So I suppose in that example, when you say water users and you look at ratepayers and you look at they charge us like petrol, they charge $1 a litre. Will the high users be charged the same rate? Because then you're talking, when you broaden that out, because then it changes the whole philosophy. But if you look at a ratepayer paying $1 there, the expectation would potentially be someone in the agriculture sector they'll pay $1 as well. But I suppose that wouldn't be factored into the equation. When you're looking, all I'm saying is when you're looking at demand and supply, my basic thing from when I was at school around demand and supply, that formula, how do you factor that into this equation when we know there's not enough water? Well, we just know there's not enough water to meet current supplies. So I'm just saying, I know it's a challenging job for yourselves to try and work that out, then 10 years, 20 years or 100 years, and then Te Manawai kicking in, most probably in a shorter time frame to implement this plan. Do you think that would be implemented by the time Te Manawai is implemented?
Well, I mean, the timeframes around Te Manawai are plans notified by 24.
24.
Yeah. So yes, and so when you say it is hard work for us, but it's harder work for you, because you're the decision makers here. You're shaping this up, and so you're going to be making these trade-offs.
Yeah, and the other thing I noticed you didn't want to talk about is just around that property rights, because that's a big corridor for Māori in regards to treaty rights, and I think Ngāi Tahi's going through the process, and Kahungunu was in regards to property right, in regards to water. So just in conversations, and that's conversations that we can't for mana whenua we constantly have around those water rights.
Well, that was the first thing I was thinking about when you were talking about charging for water. I was thinking, I think I know a few people who might have something to say about that.
Yeah, so it's all that in the equation, which you'll naturally get those questions if you do these road shows from Māori. It's just to be aware. I know you front-footed it, but then obviously that's a conversation that we're having all the time with whānau saying around all the charges and where's that proprietary right and where's the treaty right, and that's it is a big conversation.
And we're highly aware of the context. It's a big water world out there at the moment, and where this conversation sits within that and making sure that it doesn't get lost.
Okay, thank you.
Righto.
Oh, thanks for the presentation and update. Thanks, both folks. I guess, being a repetitive here, having to get to Māori really, really clear, and actually we're managing that narrative in the first instance. So that's a wider conversation that we all need to have because of that timeline. I guess the other thing, is that it's really about our own cultural survival, because it does end up being a conversation about trade-offs, and it's something you go, oh my God, we've been trading off our culture over the last 180 years. It's like, 1,000 cuts, some little legislation, some policy will come in, and it's another death by 1,000 blows in our cultural survival. And so just ensuring that, one, that cultural impact assessments are not the only instrument and tool to ascertain what the aspirations of the people are, because those aspirations come from the very base of our own te ao Māori worldview. And so just to add to the cultural impact assessment node or modality was to say cultural aspirations is really, really important, because if you look up the definition of cultural impact assessment, it's come from a real Western mediated knowledge base. And what we're looking for, and it's quite confined if you go look at its definition, cultural aspirations and an assessment, I think the legal term, cultural environmental assessments, I think, also conveys and the importance of cultural aspirations is this generating a conversation of how our people back on the ground, tangata whenua hapu, see the world. And we've been hearing from our men how our world happens to kind of go like this rather than straight like that, you know, in terms of... And so what's really, really important is that we're totally in support of looking at water security in terms of water storage options. Now, I mean, I know that the Tronc 2 submissions that we put through, we've disagreed, you know, with that as part of our submissions, but...
You know we're not the applicant, eh?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
and I'll get to this too. And I'll get to that too, because part of the drive to it all, of course, was the transfer from HBRIC, in terms of the company holding consents, over to this consortium of new owners, and they're driving that. And I understand that the consents expire in 2024?
Tranche 2 consents.
Yeah, I mean, on the Ruataniwha, the consents that are held by that consortium group down in along the Ruataniwha Plains, which is probably a good behind motivation of where that trunk is going. The consents? Sorry?
Someone else can talk to that. I think those are quite two different things.
I realise that, but in the scheme of things, I guess, when we talk about water security, I mean, that's the devil in the detail around Kotahi plan, you know? And it's just having that full set of lights down that motorway there to know where we're going to arrive, you know?
One headlight.
And based on my, you know, insight over the last 30 years when we had Dr. David Dravitt, when he first come and undertook the Hiratonga groundwater report, you know, he was in office back in, I think, the 80s or even 90s. He left, and of course, one of his key things was the recharge over here for the Royce Hill recharge into the aquifer. He leaves, we get a Canadian guy or an American guy that turns up. He then turns all of that stuff that Dr. David Dravitt had made recommendation to say, yes, the recharge for the Hiratonga aquifer will be enhanced by the ponds that were situated at the back of Royce Hill. This guy comes in and goes, he's completely got that wrong. But we'll need 10 years to work all of this stuff out. This has been under my watch. I've got a memory in terms of when he took off. I'm not too sure whether it was he, the first guy. Yeah, it was an American guy. The Canadian guy turns up. And then he tells us when the earlier, I guess, before you came, Tom, at the Tai Whenua, that there's some real important information about where water storage, particularly in Hiratonga, could occur, and of course Ruataniwha. And he concurs that, hey, Dr. David Dravitt actually got it right. So he's 30 years of keeping oversight to this all. And that's why I get so passionate about where we're going on this journey on that motorway. And so putting these sites out, putting this high beam out and going, what's on the cusp of where we are ultimately going at the end of the day? Because I've seen all of these changes occur over this time, and we do know that the impact of what's occurring on top of us needs some really, really collegial, regional kind of relationships, but not at the extent of our cultural survival, you know. It comes down to all of that we've got to give up something which is uniquely ours in terms of our culture. And we've seen that time and time again when laws, legislations, policies, lack of limits, lack of standards just puts another cut in amongst everything. So here I am on the same kind of, you know, kind of same platform, just saying, you know, we've just got to be cautious. We want to have this strong relationship, but in between us, of course, is going to be the end of the day, once we define what it is in terms of our aspirations towards mana tawai, it's going to be very difficult at the other side of it all to say what are our trade-offs, because that's where it all goes. Anyway, kia ora.
Yeah, look, thanks very much. And just, you know, and look, in the trade-offs, I mean, it's literally why we put the fork in the road there, because, you know, I think we go if we take the left fork, you know, then that trade-offs discussion is really tough. And if we take the right fork, then, you know, it can be quite an interesting discussion. It can be one about abundance, it could be one about sharing, it could be one about fairness. And so look, that's I hope the way we go.
And, you know, key to all of this is the AEEs. You know, if you kind of look at the consents, that was an obligation for every applicant to ensure that they had the assessment of environmental report, done with their application. That gave some insight in terms of the activity, and the activity would then say in some way, shape or form, well, this is the amount of water that should be allocated for this activity. We've not tidied any of that stuff up since we've had TANK, because the 5-year duration has just rolled over. We know that, you know, and that's an important instrument in terms of ascertaining what, you know, levels of quantity are available to the right industry and the right activity. And because of the draw out of the tank, it's just been rollover of those applications and consent holders. It's got us into a poo. Kia ora.
Kia ora, mana. Any other pātai? Could I say, if we get someone to move that our committee receives and notes the regional water security program update. Thank you, Korua. Moved by Api, seconded by Rosie. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Kia ora, Korua.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
Next one is item 14, 3D Aquifer Mapping Project Status Update, Sky Team. And that is Simon? Oh, I've got his name. Simon Harper.
Simon.
Anna too.
Hard to follow on from that. Know exactly what Māori was talking about too. And a few groundwater scientists come and go. Kia ora, and I think, sorry, I'll just wait a second. It's this one. Got to enjoy some of your lunch today, I think. Was that bolognese?
Yes.
Yep, very nice, thank you very much. Kia ora, Chair, kia ora koutou, everybody. Absolute pleasure to be here in front of you guys. So the purpose of my talk today is to give you an update on the 3D Aquifer mapping project. So that's that helicopter scan that happened about 2020. It's pretty similar to the update that we gave in October or September to the EICC, but it won't be quite as detailed. I was lucky enough to have the GNS scientists with me at that time that gave quite a technical description of the data that was done there. So the 3D Aquifer mapping project is a multi-year report. It started in about 2018, but we officially got funding for it in 2019. And it goes to the end of the financial year in 2023, so that's June 2023. A little bit of an introduction, because I haven't been in front of any of you. My name is Simon Harper. I'm a team leader and groundwater scientist in the hydrology and groundwater science team. I became Council's lead for the 3D Aquifer mapping project around mid-2020, taking over from someone that you probably know, Dr. Jeff Smith, when he was promoted to Science Manager. So, you know, a 3D Aquifer mapping project is a significant piece of work. You know, the objective is to try and improve our understanding of the composition and the structure of the aquifer systems or the groundwater systems in the Pokawa and Otani basins and the Rurutanawha and Hiratonga plains. So they're our main, particularly the Hiratonga and Rurutanawha, are our main groundwater resources. So that's where we need to get the most amount of information. So this type of information is highly critical for the development of quantitative tools that we use to assess the impacts of things like groundwater pumping and land use development. So we take these tools and we put them into numerical groundwater models to understand the layering, and we use these to run scenarios about what happens if we pump this much on, say, surface water flows, or what happens if we pump this much on water security supply and bridge power. So essentially, the more accurately we can represent these systems, the more certain our predictions become, and this allows for better decision making. If you've got more certainty, you're more confident about your decisions and what the impacts are going to be, and you can balance up those benefits versus the impacts on the environment. So the SkyTeam surveys, they were flown in January and February 2020, so quite a while ago now. And since then, GNS Science have been working in collaboration with Aarhus University from Denmark, the hydrogeophysics group, to essentially process, model and interpret that data. So this presentation today really focuses on that aspect, and the report there gives a wee summary on some of the things been happening in that space. Yep.
Is a Māori lens put over that kaupapa?
There, I would say there's not. We had to have some conversations with Peter's team just briefly, looking to try and, so we've created the story map. So one of the problems is we've got all this technical information, and to be honest, it was pretty hard to digest. So we created the story map where we try to summarise it in a more simplistic way that people can understand. And, I have been to Peter, briefly talked about it, going, how can we try to weave some of that story in there? And that's as far as we've got at the moment. Apologies about that. So I am open and definitely interested in how we can do that. I don't know how to do that yet.
Rather than we attempt or even try to write the story, it's best to bring it to this committee.
Yeah, so there's definitely a space there in that story map to put it in the public and put your view across would be great. Yeah. So yeah, before I provide an update, I want to acknowledge our partners. I think it's really important. So we're extremely fortunate to be working with a talented team who are experts in their fields and also dedicated to our timeframes. So there's a huge amount of deliverables, reports, and data sets that come out of this. And, like I said, this is a long plan that started in 2018. It goes through now, so it's extremely hard with a plan like that to try and keep track with those timeframes. But, we've been working with some great people and we have been delivering on time. There's been a little bit of slippage, with the COVID. People like GNS, they rely on the international market, and that's been a little bit tricky to source some of those technical experts. So we've had to extend it a slight bit, but outside of that, we're doing extremely well. So, I needed special acknowledgement needs to go to a lady called Zara Rollinson. So Zara's a hydrogeophysicist from GNS Science, and she's leading the SkyTeam project from the GNS side of things. And another name you may have heard of, which just came up in the last meeting, is Amanda Langley. So Amanda's not only involved in the Regional Water Security Program, she's also been involved in the 3D Act for Mapping project right from the start. And Amanda, along with Zara, they were instrumental in successfully applying for $2.1 million of funding through the Provincial Growth Fund. So that represents about 40% of that budget, which is absolutely amazing. So I want to acknowledge those. So now on to the updates. So, a large part of the work program is to process and model the SkyTeam data. It measures voltage in the ground. But it comes not perfect and not clean. So when they're flying over the hillside, there's errors in the altitude. You might come across little plantation forests that you need to correct for. There's electromagnetic noise in the day that causes spikes, and there's artifacts. So part of the process is cleaning that data out. There's automatic filtering methods, but also they have to manually go back through there and tidy it up. So once they've got a clean data set, they create these things called resistivity models, and they're essentially models of how well an magnetic current can flow through the earth. That's what it's doing, and that electromagnetic current is somewhat related to the lithology. So a really highly resistive, also a material that doesn't flow current very well, relates closely to a gravel. So we can interpret and go, here's a large body of gravel, which is kind of like our aquifers, and a really conductive layer as something like a clay, and we can go, oh, here's a confining layer. So they create these resistivity models to help with these interpretations. So in May this year, a significant milestone was reached where all 8,000 kilometres of SkyTeam data was processed and modelled. So ka pai to GNS for that. This was ahead of schedule. We rescheduled some of the work that was set in place for the Ruataniwha Plains because we were going to go Pukawa, Hiritonga, and then Ruataniwha. But what we're doing, a separate work program in parallel with the SkyTeam, is we're developing a numerical groundwater model for the Ruataniwha Plains. So these are these models that we use to assess the impacts of groundwater pumping. So that's happening separately, and we wanted to use the SkyTeam data for that work. So the modellers talked to us and we talked to GNS Science. We said, oh, let's get this done ahead of schedule and do it first. And then we'll finish off some of the interpretation of the Pukawa later. So we've got that done ahead of schedule, and now it's been used as part of this development of the Ruataniwha model, which is great because it means we're using, the best available information that we have right now, which is fantastic. Oh, sorry. Just a couple. I've got a couple examples here of some of the outputs. So there's on the screen here, there's two resistivity models. The top one here is for the Hiritonga Plains, and the bottom one here is a 3D representation of the Pukawa and Otani basins. So the purple areas represent areas of highly resistive properties. So, where that electromagnetic current can't flow very well through the groundwater system. And for us, that typically would represent gravels, really loose materials, whereas the blue, which is highly conductive, tends to represent things like silts and clays. So in this case, you can see that, you've got the purple running down the river here, so that's mainly your gravels, and you can see how it feeds into the Hiritonga Plains system. And what's really good about this is it's following essentially what we already know to some degree. We have seismic lines and data that tell us in the Hiritonga Plains, it's a synclinal structure, so imagine like a bit of a curve going down, and in the middle it deepens there, and that's what we're seeing with this resistivity picture. So the great thing about the resistivity information, it's not necessarily meant to give us new information, it's meant to complement the existing information and give it to us in more detail, so it gives us more certainty. And that's really good that we're seeing stuff that is what we originally think. The below figure for Pukawa, again, you can see the purples. The thing here that's a little bit tricky is, where's my mouse? You've got this part here, which is actually limestone deposits, but also, if it comes up, you can see through here another purple, and that represents the gravel system. So you've got to be really careful interpreting the data that you don't interpret to be all gravels. So what they do is they split those models into groups. So they do a manual sort of grouping and say, okay, we need to look at this separately. This is limestone, let's look at this separately, and this is gravel. So that comes later in the interpretation part, and that's where it's really important for us to, one, have things like the surface geology maps, drilling information, because without that information, we wouldn't know whether that purple is gravels or limestone. So you need it to be supported by some additional stuff.
So just a quick question. So does that give you an indication, limestone, that there's more water within that? Is that what you're meaning there?
To some degree, you still need to have information around with the wells and things like that. So one of the outputs from the interpretation, there's a map called an aquifer potential. So it looks at areas where you're more likely to have an aquifer source and where you're not. So we derive that from the wells, the consenting information and the pumping, all comes together to make that interpretation. And so there's some manual sort of subjective parts around how you do that, as well as some automated processes as well.
So I'm just trying to get the definition of the map, and then the quantity of, the thing over the quantity, so the colour code would indicate more water.
Not in this case, no. Yeah, so in this case, it literally just represents, in this case, the resistivity, or how well the electrical current flows through it. And then we needed the next stage, which is the interpretation, where we look at the logs, the takes coming from there, and make decisions on whether it's going to be productive or not productive and things. Yep. Gosh, where am I? Okay, on to the interpretation part. Okay. Just have a quick drink. Talking so much.
With clean water.
Yeah, good clean water.
Not hydro.
So the next part of this financial year is really about focused on so we've created these resistivity models, awesome. The next part now really is about focusing on interpreting this data. And so this is going to help us refine the depth and thickness of these aquifer systems. Where are the aquifers? How far do they go? Where's the confining layer? Where does it pinch out? And, these are really important properties for controlling the flow of groundwater, and also when it comes to calibrating models. Like if I've got a thin aquifer, when it comes to calibration, the properties that come out of this will be quite different than if I conceptualised it as being a really thick aquifer. Hard to understand, but trust me, makes a big difference. So the great news is we've completed the interpretation for the Pukawa and Otani. That's all done, right? And we're currently working on the Hiratonga and the Ruataniwha Plains. I've received some work for the Hiratonga, so that's been reviewed and sitting with GNS at the moment. So the interpretations for the Hiratonga and Ruataniwha Plains, they're supported by a drilling program. This is used to verify the SkyTem measurements. So, we see this resistivity. We try to verify it by doing some drilling and go, well, what is this high resistivity feature? Is it a gravel? Is it a limestone? Is it a gravel with sands? And that's then used furthermore into their interpretations. And so the drilling was completed in 2021. We drilled 3 wells. Saw the budget go forward. It's amazing how big that budget was and how not very far it goes. So we drilled 2 in the Ruataniwha and 1 in the Hiratonga Plains, and I'll talk about those in a little bit later on. So another piece of work we're trying to do is quantify how much does the SkyTem results reduce the predictive uncertainty of our models. So we're using our existing Hiratonga groundwater model, and so we've done, I'm sorry, I hope I'm holding your attention. We've done a whole lot of work on the impacts there, and so we want to know when we add the SkyTem data in, how much does it improve it? So we've got a program work going underway for that.
Just a question, you're doing water, and does that give, how years ago we had the testing done in regards to oil and gas? Does that provide data in regards to that as well?
Yep. So we've got so they're published and it's all available online. We've got this data model inventory report, which summarises all the data sets that's been used in interpretation, and we've definitely used those EVA exploratory deep wells and the seismic data that was done in the 70s. They also did some in the 70s, some resistivity soundings as well. So it's all being used at the moment for the interpretations, which is really cool. So the SkyTem data has also already been used in the Bridge-Pa area for a localised groundwater model as part of the Te Whakahiki Otiwai program that GNS are working on. So they're trying to build a model in that area to understand, why is the Paratua drying? Is that drying reach increasing? What's causing those groundwater level declines? Is it, say, use that's been increasing over time, or is it been static use and it's just declining and it's not reaching a steady state? So the great news is the SkyTem's been used into those models.
And just for your model, and Mara would know more about that, but for example, and I just go back 6 or 7 years ago, when they seen up on the hill someone on a jet boat water skiing, and the whānau had no water. You know what I mean? At Bridge-Pa. And they were saying the anomaly, and hey, this water storage area up the top, and yet all the housings around the marae, no water. And then dropped. That would illustrate that in there.
So this information would go into the models, like those numerical models, those groundwater models are the tools that you want to answer the questions around what you're trying to do. And so, that's going to be incorporated into that. So it's been used for defining the basement at the moment. There's a couple of examples on the right of the interpretations made. These are the more basic interpretations for the Pukawa Otani. As I mentioned, they're going to be slightly more complex for the Hiratonga and Ruataniwha. So in this case, I've just done a wee slide. It takes looks at the resistivity, and then, when you swipe across, you can see how it's transformed into this interpretation. And in this case, the interpretation is the aquifer potential. So for this particular example, the dark blue is that you're saying in this area, got higher potential for intercepting a groundwater resource or an aquifer. And when that swipe goes, the dark grey down below says, look, you don't want to drill that deep because you're probably not going to get much at all. So update on deliverables. So all finalised reports for this project are published internally and made available online. Additionally, we include copies of those reports on the 3D aquifer mapping page, which is on our council website. You can all go to that and find them, have a look and have a read. Newsletters are also used to report on the project progress. These are developed upon completion usually of significant milestones rather than set in time, because sometimes there's not anything new to report, so we wait for significant milestones. These are emailed to subscribers and also posted on the website. So there's one in draft at the moment that's sitting with comms and ready for release. And as I mentioned earlier, we've developed this story map. This is this figure in the right. And sorry.
Okay.
Apologies.
No.
And so that takes the information that we've got on these technical reports and tries to make it a bit more simplified. You've got interactive maps, videos, pictures, and GNS have also developed this really cool web map where you can interrogate the data. So if you wanted to go in there and have a look, say you had a farm or an area of land and you wanted to do an AE or you wanted to do some drilling to find a well, you can put cross sections through there or virtual boreholes like these figures down the bottom, and go, well, how far should I drill? Should I spend the money to drill a 300-metre bore or perhaps just a 50-metre bore to get a feel? And where on my land should I do it? Or if a consultant wanted to build a groundwater model, they go, oh, how should that be structured? And they know where to put those layers, or this can assist with it. So what's next? Like I said, this is a crunch. It's a little bit of the crunch time. We're receiving a lot of reports already anyway, but really, this is the interpretation now of the Ruatanapa and Hiratonga. They're the biggest ones. There's a lot of data coming from that. So we're finalising some borehole reports. As of 2 hours ago, I got the one of the finals, so that means we've got one more report to come from that work. We're finalising data and model inventory reports for the Ruatanapa, so that's online for the Hiratonga, so we're waiting on the Ruatanapa. That comes a little bit later because we're doing Pakau, which is done, Hiratonga, so we're working on that, and after Hiratonga we'll do Ruatanapa. This is the more complex one. We're doing something called accumulated clay thickness and hydrostratigraphic clustering. It looks at the percentage of clay with depth, and the more clay there is, the more confining it is. The less clay, the more of an aquifer source it will be. We're also refining the Hiratonga Plains numerical models. That's coming up much later in the financial year, probably in this after Christmas. And then we take all this information and we try to summarise it into the story map. So at the moment it's just stage one, which is a bit of an introduction of SkyTem and what does the Pakawa and Oltane results show. Stage two will be the Hiritonga and stage three will be the Ruatanapa. And then at the end of it, we'll do a project closure. And there's lots of things to discuss. This is a massive asset for Hawke's Bay. I think we've got it pretty cheap. A lot of councils had a lot of problems getting information. There's a number of councils that have tried to get it in, but COVID's caused a lot of issues. So we've been really fortunate to be the first council in New Zealand to do it. But it doesn't stop there. What can we do to improve this? One of the things we've instigated in our monitor well drilling program is to collect better information. So when we drill a monitor well, typically the objective is to drill it to install a well for monitoring groundwater levels. But now we're going, hey, let's use part of that budget to collect grain size analysis, do some resistivity results, so we have a better database of better data so that when we want to revisit these models, we can improve them. So these are discussions I'll have with GNS. And how often should we revisit these models? Should it be 5 years, 10 years? And what else can we do with this data? I think we're just touching on it at the moment. We can improve these groundwater models. I think we'll find that we can improve them even more so down the future. And there'll be other stuff that we can do with the SkyTem data. It was scoped 4 years ago. We got it done, but it's always advancing. This is cutting edge technology, so it's always advancing. I think we'll have more to do. That is it for me. Hopefully I didn't take up your time too long. Questions?
Tēnā koe. Simon.
Simon, that one? Yep.
Kia ora, Simon. Just a couple of questions. Which aquifer has the most water? Are you still trying to suss that out?
It's quite a tricky one. So most water is a value statement, right? So it's then up to, again, as Tom was saying, the decision makers, how are you going to balance the impacts of pumping with its benefits? And in some areas, your values might be different for the Ruatanapa and Hiratonga, and therefore you might say, I'm going to only grant less water in this area because you want to protect those values in a different way. So there's no way of saying one has more water than the other. One, yeah, I can say that the Hiratonga is more transmissive. When you pump from it, the drawdown cones tend to be flatter, so you don't have big, deep drawdown effects. Your effects on surface water tend to be more rapid, but you can't say whether one has more water or not. I could probably say storage-wise, but not in terms of how much you're willing to allocate.
What about drinking water, the best drinking water? You know,
This project is not about drinking water.
so we must, so our marae is on Farndon Road, so is that part of the Hiratonga aquifer?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Well, then that's the best drinking water.
That's the best water. Excellent.
Kia ora, Simon. I'll just quickly say, just to acknowledge, this is really good information and insight. I guess coupled along with te whakahiki o te wai and that particular project in terms of understanding the movement of water using isotopes to determine residency and age,
yes.
I guess coupled with all of this information is... quick question, so, and when you give reference, I was just trying to pick up on your maps there. So, what we refer to as part of the Ahuriri aquifer is included into the Hiratonga or separate in itself? I was just trying to pick up
It's
on
probably included on the edge, like we...
Yeah.
It's not really zoned in any way, because once you start getting into that Ahuriri area, it tends to become a bit more clay dominant. Once you get past maybe around there, you don't get too many good sources of water. It tends to be quite high in chlorides because quite influenced by those tidal effects. But I tell you what, this information hopefully define those zones a bit better. There might be some paleo channels in there that we can identify from the resistivity information. We should hopefully be able to find out a bit more. Yeah. Sorry. One of the other things I was just thinking, so at the moment in the past we've presented to the EICC, right? And so, the plan for our project is, when it comes to significant milestones, like at the end of the Hiratonga, we'll have a big data set of interpretations that we'd like to present to council. I don't know how many committees we need to present to. Would we be wanting to present to the Māori committee and the EICC and the regional councils, just so I have a feel for...
I suppose you'd need, and you wouldn't have been here for Te Mana Te Wai and all those conversations, but obviously with Māori leading those conversations, we'd never give you an expectation, because obviously we're going to be making decisions, so we need the data, and I suppose this is baseline data, but then as you said, as we go forward in, say, 2-3 years' time, and then we pull up the same data that you've collected, and then if we see a decrease in the aquifer, then we'd be, you'd be thinking, hey, it's decreasing, and we've just had from Tom and their team, and then when you talk about consenting process for farmers or whoever, and then we're looking at the information that you're providing, then that would give us a baseline to say, hey, it's decreased. So I think it'll be an important part of our due diligence process in the future, because you're just collecting the baseline data now, aren't you? Yeah, this will be the first step, and the second step is, because I suppose it's an intergenerational plan for Māori, we think 100 years, and then how do we manage the resource which this data will eventually provide? If you get 100 years' time, they'll look back at your report and say, oh, you're on point.
Yes. Yep.
So I suppose that's where I see the value for myself, the baseline data, and then monitoring that over. I'm not going to say I'm going to be here forever, but I'm just seeing the changes, and then in the presentation that Tom provided, to when you're making consent decisions, that would help us if you've got a litre of water in a container, and then you're trying to give out 2 litres, the data will provide us with some surety when we're making governance decisions.
Absolutely. I'm just to talk all that. Put yourself on standby as future wānanga presentation, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Because in the previous one that Tom and his... he makes reference to 191 million cubic metres, I think, currently in the cup. And of course, this projection going forward, and I guess it's really based on this information for our own benefit and our scrutiny, I guess.
Sustainability.
It is.
Oh, thank you very much.
Awesome.
Kia ora, Simon. Thank you for your report. Kia ora, so for that, can someone to receive the 3D aquifer mapping project status update, please? Moved by Peter, seconded by Katarina. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Against, carried.
So just to add a point to that corridor, we've had the two presentations over in that water space, and then also we're coming up to Te Mana o Te Wai, huge, to digest that data and that information and put into an operational type plan and thinking. It is a big ask for people to get their head around that corridor. I'm just saying it, so don't feel overwhelmed, because it is overwhelming when you look at it. So, and then how, we're talking kotahi plan, and as governors, how do we be more effective in being able to decipher the information to be relevant in our decision-making process? I think that's something we'll have to come to terms with as we move through kotahi, because, the corridor is quite big, as we can see.
To have technical interpreters, not unlike Simon, that we can call them.
And interrogate.
Yeah.
Just wanted so you just finished talking about tako to wai, and culturally, she's female, she's female, so it's quite sensitive around the probing and the research in depth kōrero and censoring your performing on her. And so when I heard hear that the interpretation's going to Germany and other places, it's sort of like, you should be sort of sitting along tangata whenua as well, because you're actually talking about our worldview in silos. So thank you. I just wanted to say that you brought this here, because it's nice to see these tools being developed in front of our eyes to help us see further into the future. So just wanted to say how sensitive it is as well. And because we're actually in the bosom of our papa tuanuku. Kia ora.
From a tauranga Māori perspective, cultural perspective. So yes, when you were saying, do you need to bring this back to the Māori committee, your answer was just said to you, yes. Kia ora. So now we've got items 15, 16, 17 and 18, which we discussed pre-hui, and we'll have those taken as read, but we still need to go through each resolution. But on top of that, there may be some burning issues or something you want to speak to within those 4 items. So we'll just track on through, because it's supposed to go to sleep. No, sorry. Yeah, just tiring. So we'll go on to 15, which is statutory advocacy update for June 2022. Nicola?
I just got a question, just in regards to our committee and our sitting. So we sit in here as governors, and then with the councillors not in position, how does that has that impact on our reference group? I suppose do they need to be sitting here, or can we still make decisions without them being present?
My understanding is you can still make decisions.
Okay.
Because you only have 4 of the elected councillors in the Māori committee.
Yeah, I was just wondering, and then I put that back to the schedule and the time frame we're going through, and relevance. Because we all got, like Murray said, we're all important times to do things, and then obviously if the councillors aren't present, then why should we? It's just equity in the process for us to give up our time to come to these hui, which we're struggling to, and then just to make that as a point, because we give our time's valuable as well.
Yeah.
So
and we drove through.
It's a good point. We should note that.
So note that we have no councillors present now.
So we might make a decision about regional council, and we pass it as a board, and that's tough, they're not here, so no, that's our decision. I'm just saying, and Rick highlighted the time he left the meeting out, I'm not saying, it's just saying that, but just saying the example when we had that kotahi plan, and then they said it skewed off in the wrong direction because people had left, and it was what it was at that time. So just the importance of attendance of meetings.
Both ways. Kia ora. Noted, Peter. I'm sure. So in saying that statutory advocacy, is there any kōrero on that? Otherwise, I'll someone to move that we receive.
It's just that, yeah, and that, when we talk, yeah, we're passing through this, but there's comments in there about the reform of the RMA Act, and those are all most probably important changes within the Act in regards to Māori. So I suppose, I don't know if anyone's been briefed on the changes of the RMA, but for our committee, that would most probably be an important discussion topic that we need to be aware of, because that impacts in the roles that we do in these committees. So yeah, whether it's a workshop, we need to single out, because we're jamming all the stuff through, but that important step in the process, the reform of the RMA Act. And we commission, I know some of us will sit on those commissioning boards, but important steps for us to be aware of, because it's legislative changes. So I just want to make that
So
point.
one and
Well, we need mostly, because who in here's attended a workshop in the RM, what the changes and impacts it's going to have? Are you fully aware?
Yeah. Well, to a certain degree, but we still have a suspended animation, in some part, particularly around Three Water Strategy. I mean, that legislation just got put in, in the last couple of weeks. And while everyone, as you've been saying, has been kind of pushing against that in some parts, and you've heard, a bit of a mounted campaign from about 3 local authorities over assets and ownership and how that plays out. To me, it's, are we going to be ending up in unitary authority mode? All of those big questions. I mean, you'd think that it'd be business as normal as we carry on, but that's quite significant.
So it's quite important in the corridor moving forward for us to be effective in our governance role, so that all the governors that sit on this board table has insight into those legislative changes. I just think it's good. It's good for you to be, for everyone to be aware and be effective and efficient within their roles when they know what's happening in the background around the legislative requirements. Because it is important.
So today's minutes are going to be very important, Annalie, I guess.
It's all on you, Annalie. I think Peter's asked for about 2, 3 warninga now, but he's correct.
Yeah, and it's in our charter, and we just got to, that's why we put those steps in the charter, to make sure, when we put that in, that everyone's informed, and as governor, we have a responsibility within ourselves
Otherwise
to make sure we're effective in what we're doing, because like we said earlier, if you go to your marae and people blame you for doing something and then you haven't put the time in to be informed, then you've got to own some of that yourself.
It's also, it's a bit of the, your own wānanga at home, mate, but.
Not that I want a wānanga, but I just think it's important.
I thought that was what you were seeking.
Well, I think we've got to be more informed as governors within this role in the legislative changes that are coming in. So when
is there opportunity, I suppose?
Because if we don't know what's, because you got to, unless you know, you don't know. And I think some of the things we're discussing, we may not be fully informed. We're making decisions on some things that we may be a little bit light areas.
But some of that blends directly in terms of what we're doing in Kote, around the natural and built spatial planning and climate adaptation. That's all part of that reform. A lot of that collateral is available in public space right now. But it's still in process.
But and it's a process within the framework of the setup of the Māori Standing Committee that we can, like workshop, and I think some people like that face-to-face and having someone speak about, hey, this is that. I just think we'll get more value out of it. That's,
On that basis, Madam Chair, I'll move that we've received a statutory advisory
advocacy update. There's a mouthful.
I'm very aware, but no questions about those items.
Moved by Māori, seconded by myself. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Reports from regional council and committee meetings. I think, Peter, you had some update about the possum, was it?
Oh, and Ian's here, and then he came up because he chairs that board in Maxwell. So, and it was around that, just around the biodiversity. Obviously, a lot of changes coming up in regards to that area and pest management. Obviously, Department of Conservation have made some announcements in regards to budget, and I suppose the effects on the biodiversity in regards to control measures. I think the ministers allocated X amount out of budget to look at controls, and I suppose when you look at the Kaweka part, and aware, obviously there's been some meetings in regards to that, and then what types of controls are going to be implemented through that process, because potentially you look at deer and saying introduced species predator that's having impact on the whenua, and then what potentially long-term control measure may happen within, I'm just giving Hawke as an example, and what measures they're going to take to rectify that. And then when we look at the biodiversity plan, obviously we've got Regional Council going through their process, then you've got the Department of Conservation going through a process as well in regards to what they're going to do. And if we're looking at control measures, what other type of control measures they might take? They might say, hey, we need to get rid of every deer in the Hawke Park because it's a pest within that environment, and we're going to go down this pathway. So I'm just saying,
That's what we picture.
Different corridor going on within government and councils, and then how we future planning, how we look forward, because it affects some of our Māori land owners that have big land. If we look at all Whākoa up in the back, East Taupo lands, they've got all that whenua in regard surrounding the Hawke Park, and then the impacts on Wairoa, up around Tauranga, I think they got, and then how that's going to affect you. So it's something to be aware of. And then following through the, Department of Conservation, their new strategy that they're putting forward in regards to their biodiversity. So you'd mostly want to be having conversations with your own area and engaging with them around the strategy they're putting forward. Yep. So that's just
We are through tātou. Kapai. So with that, would you like to move this?
Yeah, okay.
Move the reports from Regional Council Committee meeting?
Yep.
We receive. Okay, moved by Peter, seconded by Api, Robin. All in favour say aye. Aye. Nearly there, whānau, against, carried. Significant organisation activities through the June 22nd. Happy to move. Move second, have a seconder. Move seconded by Māori. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Partnership survey, so you all received that? Did you get a? I don't think I got.
There's a hard copy on the desk.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, some big. So if you can hand those in, that would be cool.
What is that, item 18?
That is item 18, yeah. This is just handed in to Annalie. The partnership survey.
Oh, I've handed it out.
Yeah.
Just
one. They can hand it to you.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Kapai. I don't think we need a motion for that, do we?
One of those.
Just one of these.
Just taking this received, and discussion of my items, not on the agenda. So we are up to, we actually just talked about it, Peter, Biodiversity Committee. And you just,
Yeah.
So
minor items, I thought we were on minor items, that's why I brought it up.
Oh, okay. Oh, Peter.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
And just one point, sorry, when we skipped through on the item 17 because we passed it, and that's, I suppose, for Te Whangarei o Roto, and I know it's through the PSG, through Mana Ahuriri and about the working group, but I just need to advise that, and it's in on page is it 141, and when we look at and I don't know if it directly relates to that, but it's just around the Ahuriri estuary, and then Te Whangarei o Roto, and I need to raise it because then we've got no representation on that Ahuriri collective group. I don't know if that was talking about that in the report, but we've raised that because then Te Whanganui has obviously mana whenua within the sorohi, and we need to make sure that there's representation, but because that's through I know through a PSG, through a settlement process, but then it doesn't extinguish a right of tai whenua within the process.
Cool. Let's have that noted.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Y626, so
Very
the
quickly.
last item, flora and
Between
fauna.
now and 5 o'clock anyway.
Yeah.
So this is really a communication back out to each of our respective tai whenua groups and mana whenua, tangata whenua. It's in regards to the Y262. Just as a bit of backdrop, Mona Jackson back in 1991 filed the claim. It wasn't until 2011 that the tribunal released its report. And of course the government in 2019 published its first response to the claim. Last week, Nanaia Mahuta had set aside a budget that would support the research and innovation in the Māori economy around Y262, IP Mātauranga. So Mātauranga Māori and taonga are unique to our national culture and identity, and we can continue to benefit from that by leveraging off our culture and identity. Some of the early modelling estimates that work that this work has the potential to deliver up to 340 million to our Māori economy and Aotearoa annually. So when we start to look at future activities, don't forego this one. So putting this out to our whānau that there's going to be, and this is probably my third wānanga, and having to kind of put this out in a broad sense to each and every one of those claimants that I made mention of. There's something like 70 odd. I'm going to send you the list of those people to get your feedback, who you know of and who's passed on, but more importantly, the families. This is going to be a waka claim, Kahungunu Taki Tamu waka claim, and that there's a regional hui that is being proposed for another month or two away, or 2 months away, sorry. So that's it.
Huge mahi. And with that, and I have one more pānui, so it's our first, it's our election coming up for the regional council, and I encourage our people to stand for the Māori constituencies, Māori ki te raki and Māori ki te tonga. We fought hard for to have these seats, so I hope we get some good candidates standing on behalf of our people, our Māori electorate, and good luck to those who also stand in the general seats. May there be many more tangata whenua. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
If I get, who's going to close for us? Māori, if you can close for us, thank you.
Oh, well, it's been a long day, folks. And just to acknowledge each of those surviving in the room today. Hey, Lockie, geez, saw you this morning, mate, and he hasn't even said anything. But the work that each and every one of you conveyed to, to enable and support these real big issues that are before us. So we give thanks to the many blessings that have enabled us to come together in this productive conversation. And also to both each and every one of you a safe return back to your respective whānau, because we've got some of our whānau heading back to Wairoa. And even if we make our way back over to Heretaunga, there's a big, huge traffic in front of us up as we go there. So together, kia tau. Kia tātou katoa, te whai o tō tātou ariki e ihu karaiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu. Ake. E rongo tituru a whakamaua kia tīna. Haumia hui e.
Ai, ki e.